Good afternoon, welcome back to the Europa Point Sport Complex then here for the last game of the Gibraltar T20I Tri-Series here. It's the last game and it's a big one for Malta. Malta taking on Gibraltar. This is a big game for them. This is their last opportunity to take something from this tour. There's been positives, there's also been a few negatives, but it's a really good opportunity for them to get Gibraltar whilst they're down. They should have won that last game. They had Portugal by the scruff of their neck, but they just weren't able to get them over the line. And again, it's a really good opportunity for Malta to take some points away from this. Not only some points on the board, but most importantly, some ICC ranking points as well. That's what's really most important for them here. They haven't picked up any yet. Gibraltar have picked up a few, but Gibraltar are going to look to try and go unbeaten against Malta here this week. News from the toss then, skipper for Malta, Vadim Prasad. They've won a toss. They're going to go ahead and they're going to have a bat first here, which is an interesting move. They've had a few players come and go out of form throughout this week. It's going to be another opportunity for a few of those players to come in and really try for some runs. Gibraltar, they're just going to be trying to look to improve after a poor finish to their last game last time around. So Joe Marples, he's in the commentary box. Joe, news from the coin toss is that Malta, they're going to have a bat first.
Thank you, Charlie. And yeah, good afternoon, late afternoon here in Gibraltar as we see the final game of this T20 International Tri-Series between Portugal, Malta and the hosts, Gibraltar. Let's just have a look at the two teams there then. So as we see Malta and Gibraltar head into their final games also, we see that for Gibraltar, the captain Avinash Pai has been deemed fit. He will be playing a part in this one. It'll be interesting to see how much of a part. Well, in fact, he's actually opening the bowling. So it'll be interesting to see how that hamstring holds up for him. He's been fantastic for Gibraltar throughout this tournament. Interesting, two changes made. Fitzgerald comes out through injury and Samarth Boda comes in and Nikhil Advani also drops out the squad. Malta, on the other hand, we see Bastianas return to into the lineup, but it's that man Varun Prasad who will have to lead from the front again in the absence of Basil George. Jaspal Singh also had a really good knock for them last night, opening the batting back to the whole 20 overs unbeaten. They're going to need to put a good score on the board here against Gibraltar. We've seen their batting a little bit of their weak spot throughout this week. However, they were able to put on a decent total yesterday, having played Malta before twice. Gibraltar have lost a toss and are now going to have to bowl at them first. So it's going to be interesting to see how this game develops as we go along, as the sun just starts to head down behind the stadium. We've still got maybe a couple more hours here of sunlight before we head into that darkness. But a beautiful night nevertheless, and yeah, just a little bit of a light breeze heading across the stadium. Beautiful, clear conditions here though. And yeah, what a week it's been in terms of weather. We couldn't have asked for much more here, and some brilliant cricket to go along with it. The last game, probably for me, one of my favourite games of the week so far. It was toing and throwing like a pendulum, and didn't know which way it was going in the go. In the end, it goes to Portugal, who are going to finish this week with 6 wins from 6. And at one point, though, Gibraltar looked to threaten, and they'll be disappointed they didn't get the win in the end. They're going to look to finish on a high with 3 wins over 3 against Malta as we get going here. And that's hit down the ground. Louis Bruce down there at long on to start this one. And it's the skipper, Avinash Pai, who just looks a bit sore, doesn't he? I mean, he's hobbling a little bit. I just wonder if he's playing through the pain barrier here to kind of get this series through and get those 3 wins from 3 against Malta, finish with a 50% win record. I mean, Gibraltar have only ever won, prior to this tournament, 3 T20 internationals. So to get through this tournament and double that would be absolutely incredible. Anyway, Avinash Pai comes around the wicket as Jaspal Singh just knocks it into the offside. That'll be a dot ball. So, good start. These two have played a lot of cricket over the last few years, and with Malta kind of just coming out on top most of the times. Whereas Avinash Pai comes in again, pushes it outside the offside. They'll run one. It'll be a bye against Stagno. Just darted through there from the skipper on his haunches a little bit. It's going to be interesting. He's hobbling, isn't he? I mean, it's not a good sign. He's holding the back of his leg here. I'm not sure if he's going to make it through the rest of the whole of this game. There's a little few. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, he's probably going to get through this over, but I don't think we're going to see him make the end of this game. It's a real sad sight. He's given it a try. He's such a passionate individual, especially for the cricket here in Gibraltar. But this is no. There he goes. He pulls up again. This is bad news. Bad news for Gibraltar, I think. He's going to try and force his way through, isn't he? Anyway, Pai continues. Good ball as he falls into the leg side himself. They're going to go on the arm of Bruce. Again, just a little bit sloppy. Pai isn't happy. It's 2 runs. There shouldn't be 2 runs there. Yeah, so after that disappointing defeat against Portugal, Gibraltar have just got to keep their heads up here, and they've got to come back strongly in this one. You know, it was a really disappointing loss in the last one. They really felt like they got the game, as Charlie said, by that scruff of that neck. And they've probably let it out of their grip, really. As Avinash Pai changes to over the wicket. Nice and full, driven into the offside. Brian Zammit there, that'll be a dot ball. Anyway, let us know where you're tuning in from around the world for this final Game 9 of this International Tri-Series. It's been a good week of cricket, hasn't it? And, yeah, looking forward to, hopefully, another very good game to finish on. Pai comes in with his last delivery of this first over. Nice and full, pushed into the leg side by Stanislaus. Okay, his 4th run of the game, and that'll bring the end to the first over. 4 runs from it, no wickets lost. As we just have a quick look at some of the stats between these two teams. Ian Latine on 140 runs there, really big score from him. Just want to point out that Louis Bruce now has moved on to 165 runs, not the 107 you see in there. He is now 2nd in leading run scorers. Not many more needed to pass that of Kuldeep Galoya, who's currently sitting at the top of the batting charts. Avinash Pai looks 6 wickets. If he can't continue here, it's going to be a big blow for the Gibraltar bowlers. But we saw in that last game, Andrew Reyes very, very good with the ball, taking some really important wickets. People wondering maybe could he have had that 4th over, and would that maybe have won the game for this Gibraltarian side as Portugal came out on top. Malta, though, they're going to look forward to seeing Jaspal Singh and see how he goes today. Made that really good score against Portugal last night, opening the order, and then was really finally supported by Varun Prasad, who came in and hit some really big shots to a nice score. Finally finding the middle of his bat. He'll be looking to go well today. And he'll be looking to get a win as well, and as captain, having been a bit of a disappointing week. Anyway, Bruce to continue here in the second over, pushes that one wide. Not a good start to the second over here. Yeah, just going back to that point, it'd be really good to see Prasad. I mean, he's such a likeable figure, and he's had a really difficult week as captain. 5 losses from 5 so far. If they can come away with a victory on this final game, at least that, you know, Malta have got something to grab onto and go home with. Anyway, Bruce to continue. Much better. Good line. Just back of a length as Stanislaus pushes that down to the backward point region where vice-captain Ian Latine is fielding. Just the 1 run from it as Singh, who's yet to get off the mark, comes on strike. It's a nice evening. Just seems like the wind settled down a touch down in the centre, which will be interesting to see how that gets on. The bowler's used a little bit on that first one as Bruce comes in again. Now, he's missed that all ends up Singh. He's way too early on it. There's no appeal for LBW, but it was yeah, big swing and a miss from Singh. Bit of a shake of the head from Bruce as that clatters into the pads of Singh. We'll be looking to continue that good form from yesterday. No, he's a little bit hurt here, I think, Singh. I think that's just hit him and a bit sore. Anyway, welcoming back Charlie Hunt to the commentary box.
Yeah, cheers, Joe. And if Singh goes out here, it's been a weekend full of injuries, really, hasn't it? There's been injuries on all sides, and Singh just looks as if he's in a little bit of discomfort here. And it's just interesting to see that the week of cricket is really taking its toll. As I look down at the ground, and there's 3 Gibraltar cricketers just stretching and getting a few stretches in. It's been a long weekend of cricket. I think he's just winded here. It just looks as if he's taking a moment just to get himself going again. But just see here, this is what happened then, and it just clattered into that, just right in that gap between the thigh pad and the pad, and well, that's never nice.
No, absolutely not. It's going to be a sore one, especially a bit of a full toss from Bruce. He got it wrong, and it's clattered into that thigh, again, just below the pad. It's a sore one to take. The concern, I don't know, if from this first bit, is if injuries are going to plague us on this last game. Avinash Pai, in that first over, holding the back of his hamstring and struggling through the first over of the game.
Yeah, just it's an interesting one, isn't it, to play. I can see as to why he wants to be involved in the last game of the tournament, but it's been tough, isn't it? It's been a mixed bag for Gibraltar. They probably, I mean, they should have had 2 wins against Portugal, in all fairness, especially earlier today. That was a big miss, and Portugal coming away, of course, unbeaten this tournament. But yeah, it's been a mixed bag for Gibraltar. But they got the 2 wins they came for. They were only expecting to come with 2 wins, and were surprised by a bit of a weaker Malta squad, if all truth be told. Of course, credit where credit's due. They've had moments of positive moments throughout this tournament, but it just hasn't clicked for them. But yeah, no, it's been an interesting tournament for Gibraltar. And from your opinion as well, Joe, of course, being involved in the setup, but watching from the sidelines here this week, it has been a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to put it. I can't really put it much better than that. It has been a mixed bag, some good, some bad, and some indifferent. And I think mostly Gibraltar come out of this week on reflection with mostly positive things, though.
Singh's going to get back underway, though, and he's going to go, and Louis Bruce gets the first wicket. Bit of a send-off, and it's a bit of a nod of the head as, bit of fire from young Bruce. Don't think he liked the shot that came out of Singh. He goes, after being injured, he goes for a 4-ball duck. First wicket down, Malta 7 for 1.
Yeah, Bruce coming in, a bit of downtime through the injury, and he comes down the pitch and takes a big heave-ho of it, inside edge, onto his wickets. Bruce not happy about it, and... yeah, a little send-off from the youngster. I mean, not seen that. Well, I've seen a little bit of it this week, but yeah, he doesn't seem too happy, does he?
I don't think it was the kind of shot that Singh was playing. Was what didn't really please Louis Bruce, but he goes to Singh, and it'd been a mixed bag for him. Didn't really get many opportunities the first few days, but he come out and played a really good innings yesterday. Got that half century against Portugal. But it's again, it's just a sign of possible things to come. As new batsman, he missed out a little bit from after making a very well-earned half century, but then turned around and got dropped for a couple of games. Maybe there's an injury there. We maybe just aren't aware of it. But it's going to be Ryan Bastians is going to come in at number 3.
Yeah, made some good runs the other day against. I think it was was it day 1 or day 2? I can't really remember, but he made a nice score in the 40s, didn't he, Bastianans? And yeah, he'll be hoping to kind of do that again here. It's his last chance in this tournament to put some runs on the board. But he batted well the other day, and I don't, like you said, I'm not sure whether it was a little bit of an injury. I presume it was an injury because he kind of made that 40 odd and then didn't seem to appear again for a few days or a few games.
Big news, by the way.
Go on.
There is a presentation.
Woo! I've been looking forward to this.
Oh dear, yeah, no, we found a spot where the wind doesn't touch us and we can get some cameras to, so we've managed to find somewhere here at the Europa Point Sports Complex. But yeah, and good evening though to everyone tuning in, whether it be on fan code out in India or on YouTube on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. To James, to Chris, and to everyone else, a very huge thank you as Louis Bruce comes in and Bastians just gets a bit of a lucky inside edge. It's all raceway. Frione taking on the arm, and oh wow, it's going to be buzzers, and it's gone from bad to worse as Kenroy Nestor gives chase, and I think it should be cut off. And I think they've just run 4. They have. They've run 4. Well, there you go. That's a good way to start, as it was Hatchman who came through, and it's I think that's has that been signalled 1 short? I'm just trying to see if we can just see that. But yeah, that was the throw from Frione. And I'm just going to check if that has been signalled 1 short.
Yeah, interesting one here. I mean, Bastians has set off like a rocket. Again, we go back to the action here, and Bruce nearly making an immediate comeback there. Just trying to get confirmation if that was 1 short, but Stagno missing out a bit. It was given as a short run, so just 3 off that. That's harsh, isn't it? That's never fun. Running 4 and then finding out you only get 3. That's a bit of a blow to the old sails. But yeah, Bruce, he's bowling well here, isn't he? Yeah, bowling well, but Jib have just got to cut out this sloppiness early doors here.
Final delivery then of this over. Short and tries to pull in Stagno again, just snatching at it potentially. And at the end of the second over, Gibraltar, they're keeping Malta down 10 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, good start. 10 for 1 after 2. They took a wicket here, Bruce, but I think he'll be a little bit disappointed that a few more runs than probably necessary went in that over, the overthrows especially, and that was purely down to no one backing up. Anyway, let's have a look at the standings. And clear and deserved winners this week, we have that Portuguese team. 6 wins from 6. They've just been dominant, haven't they? 12 points. And as you'd expect in that kind of like, if you rank 44th in the world, they would have come here this week and expected to win every single game.
Yeah, they would have, and that's exactly what they've done. And they'll take some valuable points. And again, positives to come away from the Najam Shahzad as skipper has been pretty good. I thought his captaincy was very good as well, and his batting and bowling as well was really good as an all-rounder. Here's Avinash Pai though on one leg.
I've heard that before. Anyway, clipped into the leg side,
and this will be a tickle down the leg side, and it'll run away, and that'll be a boundary. Two straight from Avinash Pai, and good shot again for Samuel Stanislas.
Yeah, he started well here. That's a clip round the corner. I'm not sure he was looking for that shot, but he'll end up getting the runs for it.
Well, take any runs you can get. Stanislas had a score in the 40s, but apart from that, hasn't really been able to get things going. Here's Avinash Pai again, and this time just meets it with the full face of the bat, thinking of a single. Mid-putty just. I don't even know he's there. Changed out the white headband for a blue one. There he is. Look, there's Mr. Hare himself. Just see this here. He was getting a little bit fiery. Let's say, get back there, get back there, get back. By continuing again, this time coming round the wicket, and that'll just be pushed down the ground for a single.
Yeah, just pulling that one down to the long-on region where Louis Bruce is standing. Yeah, a little bit of fire in the belly here, early doors of Kabir Mipuri. You've just got to keep a lid on it. They can't get over-emotional and let sloppiness kind of come into play.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing as well is that there's about 3 or 4 captains on the side on the field at the moment. Latine getting involved, as is Midpudi, and of course Avinash Pai, the actual skipper. Hatchman's getting involved, Bruce getting involved as well. Just need to realise Avinash Pai is the skipper on the field, and just let him do what he wants to do. If it doesn't come off, he will take the brunt of the blame. That's what a skipper's there to do. It's his final call.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, this is what they've got to have. I know there's leadership teams and people can't have too many voices. Anyway,
Bastian's up against Avinash Pai, and this drops this. They're going to take on Friani. This could be close. And I don't think Stagno's taken it cleanly, and they're not even appealing. And that's a missed opportunity there, as Stagno just looks a little bit away with the fairies early on. It was just dropped and run, and wasn't really a single there, but.
Yeah, never a single. We'll look from the side on view here as Frioni comes in. This should be out it's a fumble from Stagno. It would have been gone.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity, and yeah, that's tough. That's really tough. And yeah, Stagno just looked as if he's struggling a little bit behind the stumps early on. Just needs to wake up a bit. Avinash Pai again around the wicket will just be another dab down to Louis Bruce at long on for a single.
Long week of cricket here. It's tough hard work, and 6 games over 4 days. Fatigue does set in, not just physically but both mentally as well. So look, one more game to go. Just put everything on the line, concentrate, and just work hard.
And again, this time to the left. Oh dear! And this time it's a misfield from Zammit, and just a little bit, just half asleep at the moment at Gibraltar. Nothing really clicking at the moment, as that's the end of the over, and that will be 2 to the total. So 19 for 1 after 3.
Yep, 3 overs gone here, and well, look, from a Gibraltar perspective, they've got to get their heads in the game. It's a bit of sloppiness to begin with, and they can't, there's a lot of voices on the field. They can't start getting on each other's backs and let these errors compound themselves by making more errors. Get it clear your mind, get on to the next ball, and get back on it. Only 19 runs gone from the first 3 overs, and they've taken an important wicket. Just settle down.
Yeah, just need to calm things down, don't they? Just look a little bit rattled potentially after that game this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. And yeah, just need to give himself a bit of time here and just relax a little bit.
Yep, and we see Bruce coming back into attack here for his second over.
Here is young Bruce, and this is wide on the offside, and umpire Sunil signals wide. So again, just trying a little bit too hard, I think. Things you've got to remember, by the way, to get 2 T20s in a day isn't easy. It's tough back to back, bit of an hour break in between, but if anything, that makes it worse because your body just starts to seize up, especially after 3 days of full cricket beforehand as well. It's never easy.
Oh, that's a lot better.
Just beating the outside edge. And again, Louis Bruce keeping right on the money, coming back after a wide ball.
Yeah, a lot better that time from Bruce. Just beats the outside edge of Stanislas there, who just kind of prods at it, doesn't he? It's a nothing shot. Looking not to get an outside edge to that one.
And there is, you can see, big stag note behind the stumps. Just taking that one cleanly. Oh, and this will get through, and Avinash Pai at short fine leg isn't able to hobble around to cut that off, and that will sneak on through for a boundary.
Yeah, Stanislaus he's not really found his rhythm yet, but he's getting runs, and look, he'll take them. And yeah, look, he's just saying, get your body behind the ball. That one's come off a thick inside edge and flown down to the fine leg region, and it'll be a 4 runs to him, and he moves on to 15.
He does move on to 15. You're right, and again, this is being really difficult as this time into the offside, and that will just be a dot ball. James Stewart showing a bit of appreciation for the Spring Productions guys, just saying, impressive skills. You've changed out yesterday's black hold chip for a red one. Well, multi-talented guys there, multi-talented. Here's Bruce then to continue, and this is right on the money and asking the question, but I think that one looked as if it was going to be missing the stumps by quite a fair bit. But again, good delivery once more.
Better that from Bruce. Nice Yorker length into those toes. Stanislaus just getting away with it. Yeah, very well bowled that from Bruce.
And this is, you can just see there, making his ground pretty comfortably in the end. As, of course, you have to remember the right-hand, left-hand combination is another thing that you have to deal with. And when you've got a tired team in the looks of Gibraltar, they do look a little bit fatigued, you have to say. But yeah, when you now have to deal with that right-hand, left-hand combination, just adds to your worries.
Yeah, left-hand, right-hands are never easy because you're constantly having to change field positions, and it's a mental thing more than a physical one.
And this one is just dropped offside, and Latine has already got a direct hit run out to his name today. Was looking to add one, but just misses out slightly. But again, it's right on the money from Bruce.
Yeah, very good from Bruce here. I think Bastianas would have made it back in time. As we have a little look from the side-on view here, yeah, nice and clean, but a little bit edgy between the two batsmen down there, looking to get runs.
And again, he's nice and full. Much better from Louis Bruce, getting it right up in the block hole. And that's a really tidy end to an impressive over. And at the end of 4, Malta 25 for 1.
Very good finish to that over from Bruce. Yorker, Bastianas does incredibly well in digging that one out. And yeah, I think Bruce will be happy with that. 2 overs, 1 wicket, 10 runs. One thing maybe if we're going to be slightly critical of him this tournament so far with the ball is he hasn't maybe taken as much wickets as probably he's threatened. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's just been the issue for him, is just not taking those wickets at the right time. And well, you have to say that with his batting, he's really helped Gibraltar, hasn't he? He's been key for them at the top of the order, especially when Avinash Pai's been in and out of the side and struggled a little bit for form. But yeah, once more, it's been rather impressive from young Louis Bruce. Avinash Pai is going to continue here. Well, this is a full toss, and it will just be a dot ball. And I just have a feeling that I think Avinash Pai is going to give us 4 overs at the top, and he might just come off. I think that will be the case, is just trying to get through the 4 overs and then get himself off and put his feet up probably. Ooh, that lifts up and trying to turn it around the corner. Didn't come off though. Yeah, that was just leapt off the surface. We've seen it a few times this week, but if we just have a watch of this, it's really a little bit of short of a length, but yeah, leaps up. And Stanislaus can't get that one away. Yeah, story really for Stanislaus not being able to get much away. He's got a few lucky boundaries this time around. We'll try to add to it. And again, just blocks this back down with a full face of the bat with a full amount of respect. Yeah, it's not bad, this. I mean, only 13 runs from his spell so far, Pi. To say he's got a bad hamstring, yeah, he's bowling pretty well.
Looking to see here then, what's he going to do? He's going to stay around the wicket. This time goes wider on that offside, and Stanislav's trying to carve this away. Missing out again, though. But that angle, we've seen it be quite effective coming across the batsman.
Yeah, it seems to be a new kind of plan from Pi before this. Yeah, not really seen him do it before, but it's become very well. It's worked well.
And again, just blocks it back, and it's another good over. He just looks a little bit more comfortable on that leg at the moment. This has been, he's joining up the dots here, by the way. 5 dots in a row, looking to try and close out the over.
Yeah, 1 ball to go.
Here he is then. Here's Avinash Pai. Last delivery then of the over. Big appeal. Oh, Avinash Pai is pretty dead set. And umpire Seb just sort of sits there and goes, not out, and off you go. But it's a maiden nonetheless. And I think the issue for me was outside leg. Yeah, definitely pitching outside leg. Good call. Doesn't crumble under the serious appeal from Avinash Pai, but a good over nonetheless. 6 dots. It's a maiden. 25 for 1 after 5.
The second maiden we've seen today as well. Impressive. Junaid Khan obviously got that first maiden in the first game. Now Avinash Pai's picked up another one. Incredible, really, for a T20s. We don't really see that many maidens got, but that's a brilliant over from Pai. Wanted the wicket maiden at the end, but very good call from umpire Seb Maynard.
Yeah.
So, looking towards next week, we have the European Cricket Series out in Austria from the 8th to 19th of May. That should be really good to watch. Cricketer CC, Snazzy, Austrian Daredevils, Vienna CC, all going to go battle it out to see who comes top of that kind of domestic European Cricket Series. And I believe we're going to see Rico Full back in action behind the mic.
Yep, Rico's back. Vinny will be joining him after day 1. So day 2 he'll be there from the old trusty duo. As Louis Bruce continues here then. Bastian's a wild swipe, and that won't please Bruce as Avinash Pai gets cramp again. And you can see he is just there to get through his 4 overs and then run away and get off this field. But another wild chase-up from Bastian's.
Yeah, Bastian's gets away with another one there. It's just a wild kind of swipe across the line, looking not to drag it onto his own stumps.
Yeah, he's a little bit lucky at the moment, running a risky game at this point for Malta as Bastian's, as is Stanislav's as well, getting a little bit lucky here and there.
Yeah, a bit kind of ropey. These opening 6 overs, but it's a solid start as Bruce comes back into the attack.
Wild swipe from Stanislas, and I know Louis Bruce won't have much to say about that, but again, Stagnate just snatching at this one, just maybe a little bit eager, but that was a really good delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, just short of a length. Stanislas again with a wild swipe, doesn't get hold of it, just beats the outside edge.
Can he get on those timbers? That's what I'd like to see. If he can get on those timbers and really ask the question, that's where we're going to see something happen here. Goes wider, and again, goes for the drive, and I like that. Louis Bruce gives him a little nod, couple of words, just getting in the head of Stanislas a little bit here.
He's fired up, the young man, isn't he? We've seen that. He's very fired up. He wants to finish strong in this final game of the tournament.
He's going to be looking to really close off this over as quick as possible and as quiet as possible as well. Wouldn't surprise me at all if we see a variation. That's short, and that's through the offside, and chases on for Zamet with the glasses on. He should get there, and will, and that will just be another 2 to the total.
Yep, didn't quite maybe get a hold of that as much as he wanted, but it was a good couple of runs. Good chase from Zamet in the field. I saw a brilliant catch from him earlier today. He'll be looking to try and maybe get some overs under his belt, or maybe some runs with the bat as well.
Yeah, potentially. It'd be nice to finish off the weekend with a few new faces getting some runs. It would please many viewers, I know for a fact. And again, short. This time leg side. That'll be 4. Too short from Louis Bruce. And Stanislaus cashes in on a shorter delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. Good pull shot from Stanislaus as he moves into the 20s. Bruce just dropping it a little bit too short. And yeah, that's pulled away through that leg side. And yeah, no one's stopping that one.
Just probably going to want a response here is Bruce after being dispatched back to the fence. And again, just a few voices being heard out in the middle. A couple of captains maybe. Bruce trying to finish the over then. And this is an outside edge, and Andrew Reyes, it gets through him, but it does enough, and that'll be a single to end the over. Swiping at this is Stanislaus, and at the end of 6 overs, power play down, 33 for 1 on the board for Malta.
33 for 1 on the board for Malta. Maybe a little bit low on the power play score, but one thing which is good for this is that Malta have only lost the 1 wicket. And it's something we've seen over the past kind of 3 days, 4 days. Malta have struggled to not lose wickets in the power play. So only 1 down. That's a good start for them.
Yeah, it is. It's been really promising for Malta for once, and it's nice to see as well. And I know that they're a little bit disappointed with this with how this tournament's gone. And there have been positives to take from a couple of members of, Rahman, for example, with the ball. He's been electric. There was a couple of highlights for him coming out on the socials. If you're not following us there already, please do make sure you are doing so. But yeah, it's been an interesting mixed bag again for Malta.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've had in their eyes, they'll have had a disappointing tour. We know they're missing a few key players. However, there are players within this squad who are good enough to take, who you thought would have been able to take control of some games and at least come away with a few wins. And they'll be disappointed. Look, they're not in the 50s in the rankings for no reason. To come away with 5 losses from 5 isn't good for them.
No, absolutely. And they hold themselves to high standards as well. And yeah, they will be disappointed, but still an opportunity here. It's not over till the fat lady sings. Here's Pai trying to finish off his spell. This is driven nicely straight to Kabir Mirpuri, who's looking a little bit fired up and must be a little bit annoyed after that loss earlier today.
There's a few, isn't there? Bruce, Mirpuri, there's a few frustrated characters, and they're going to try and take it out on Malta.
And again, leg side this time will get a single. That's a good bit of running. Bit of sensible batting, just turning it over into the leg side. There's no one in apart from on the angle, so it's a pretty simple shot.
Yeah, simple shot. And Avinash Pai, he's not gone for many runs, but he'll be looking to get a wicket here and break these two up early. Stanislaus and Bastianaz just starting to make a little bit of partnership, and they can't afford Jib to let Malta make a base so that someone like Varun Prasad can get them to push on towards the latter stages of this innings.
Couple of field changes as well. Yeah, you mentioned the fact Pai's gone wicketless. Of course, had the maiden in that last over from him, so that'll keep him happy for a little bit. He's had an interesting time of it at the moment, but yeah, no, that maiden's just kept the side quiet.
Yeah, any kind of dot balls in T20 are such a commodity, and yeah, a maiden even better. Just do a few little field changes here, Pai, before he sets up for his final 4 balls.
Here is Pai then. Oh, that's a full toss. It dips and is pulled leg side, and a good bit of work from Keynes out in the deep, and should just be the single and will be.
Yeah, just a single. I mean, Bastianaz there was looking for a 2. I mean, there was never a 2 on there, but yeah, good fielding out in that deep by Kenroy Nesta. Very athletic fielder. Tall figure in that outfield. Had to run a long distance.
Pai, halfway through his final over, has kept it up pretty well here, looking to finish it. This is down the ground, and that will be a maximum. Lovely shot, clatters into the scaffolding, and well, that'll be 6 runs. And Stanislaus looking to cash in here on a positive start.
Very good shot, and Stanislaus now looking like he's starting to hit the ball a little bit more clean, isn't he? And this one just maybe a little bit too short from Pai, hits through the ball, and it's gone dead set straight as our cameraman is in once again this week in danger of being hit.
Yeah, again, that's a really nice shot, by the way. Just pure timing from Samuel Stanislaus. Has Avinash Pai got a response? It's a dot ball, and he does well to come around and hobble along to cut that off. And once again, it's a good bit of batting this from Malta. Not taking any unnecessary risks, hitting the ball when necessary. Would like to see him maybe take a few more risks. Has a little bit of an attacking nature, but again, 41 for 1 nearly towards the end of the 7th. They'll still be pretty happy. Again, as you mentioned, Joe, the fact that there's no wickets or barely any wickets down is a big plus for them. Here is Avinash Pai to finish off his spell. Down the ground, it clatters into Bastian's, and he might have taken one there. And well, Stanislav's probably thinking, "Oh, thanks, man. That could have gone for a boundary," but Bastian's has taken one on, and I think he could be in a bit of trouble here. That was hit pretty hard by Stanislavs. It is a single, but he's gone down, and that could be some serious pain.
Very much so, and if that's hit him on the arm, which it looks like it has, I mean that's big trouble, because that's come so sharply. He just had no time to get out of the ball, and he's not a small figure. That's gonna really hurt.
Yeah, he's sat up again, but I think we've seen there's been a few examples of this before at any level that it hits back at you, and it's a really tough one to take, and he's so fragile, those bones there, and that could be a real struggle.
Yeah, I mean, if he's been, I think he's probably been out for the last few games with a bit of a knock, and the last thing you want is to end up having a nasty injury like this. And hopefully he's okay, but it's a real shame if he has to go off here.
There's again just a pause in play, and we apologise for that pause in play. It's out of our control as Stanislavs hit a lovely shot down the ground, but Bastian's just got in the way, couldn't get out of the way, as well as Avinash Pai was also trying to retrieve the ball as well. But Avinash Pai will finish his spell at none for 22 off his 4 overs. Wouldn't be surprised to see him come off, as it does look as if that's what's occurring. You can just see there on the right hand side of your screen, he's just left frame. But yeah, you can see it looks as if Horrocks is going to come on, and that doesn't really surprise us here. But Bastian's still down, and don't know if it's any serious damage or if it may just be a bit of a dead arm or something. But he's up, and he's putting a glove on, so it looks as if he's going to continue. But yeah, Avinash Pai limps off, and it's another story of injuries for him.
Yeah, sad kind of tale of events for Pai. It seems to be a kind of the running story really with him on tours and tournaments. He ends up taking another injury, kind of battling through to the end. I mean, it's at his age as well. I mean, it's part. We said it earlier in the week. He has the mind of someone probably in his early 20s. He was an exceptional cricketer. He still is an exceptional cricketer. But I think sometimes in his head he's still 20, doesn't he? And his body doesn't seem to be at that age anymore. Yeah,
no, he does, and it's one of those, you got to listen to your body when it's telling you it's had enough. It might happen soon for Avinash Pai. He won't want to give up the game. That's the thing. He won't want to give it up. He's been in, you know more than me, but he's been involved in the setup for years now, and he just won't want to give it up as easy as that.
No, absolutely. I mean, I can imagine Avinash Pai playing through for a long time still to come. He's still so good, even at the age he is. He's probably still, for me, one of the better players within this European circuit, both with bat and ball and in the field. And I mean, he throws everything into it, and this is maybe where going forward he's going to need to have a look. He can't continue to maybe throw himself about as much, or just put 100% into everything, or these injuries are going to occur.
No, exactly. And it does look as Bastian's is okay. Of course, that's on his bottom hand as a left-handed batsman, so in theory, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. It will be uncomfortable, that's for sure.
Yeah, very much so. Was a nasty blow, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's never nice to see that. Never nice to see. As it's going to be Kabir Midpuri is going to come into the frame of things here for Gibraltar, I should say. And yeah, of course we go to Austria after here, then we move to Bulgaria as well. That's going to be a good one to look forward to. I'll be out there. I'll be with Rico. Here's Midpuri on the money straight away and asking a question. But when does Midpuri not ask a question?
There's a few, isn't there, amongst these three teams? Midpuri loves a shout. Nippo for Portugal loves a shout. Yeah, no, characters.
Midpuri then continuing on here. And this is delicately played. It evades the diving Andrew Reyes, and Horrocks will do the work, and that will just be another 2. But Stanislaus looking pretty confident at the moment.
Yeah, he's just got into those 20s and seems to be now to kind of just have found his feet, so to speak. And yeah, he's just looking to play a bit more confidently rather than just pushing and kind of nerdling the balls. He's just playing some more confident shots.
There he is as he looks to cash in on this start. Oh, and this one, that's a wild swing. That's really what we've come to expect of most of these Malta batsmen, just sort of taking that hoik across leg side and not connecting. And Stanislaus just sitting there, and he turns around and says, I don't know why I did that, but if a rush of blood, and I think maybe just chucking that above the eyes, really. Here he is again, though. And this time just turns into the corner. Bastians wants 2, and they're going to take on the arm of Kenry Nestor. It's going to the bowler's end, and they're going to get back pretty comfortably in the end, but good running from Malta.
Yeah, good running. The notice kind of Kenroy was on his heels a little bit, set off for that second run early, and as we see here, Bastians, yeah, I mean, if it was a direct hit, it would have been close, but into the hands of Mispuri, and as he takes the stumps, yeah, Bastians at that point was easily home.
Good bit of running, though. Good positive running, and again, that's what we've been saying, haven't we, that everyone... or Portugal, every batsman always had that intent and has really proved to be rather crucial in turning those 1s into 2s. And it's nice to see that it may have taken us 9 matches, but Malta finally look as if something's clicking. The run rate may not be incredible, but at least they're batting sensibly. Stanislaus again just fends this offside, and they'll take on Louis Bruce, and it'll be another single.
Another single to this Maltese team then, and yeah, absolutely. I think, look, difficult first 4 games with the bat, really difficult 4 games with the bat. But last night we just saw a bit of fight from them, and we saw them just pull something together and put a really decent score on the board, although Portugal tended to chased it fairly easily in the end. Yeah, it'll just give them the confidence to go here and actually put another good score on the board and actually put this Gibraltar side, who are quite tired now, under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and well, Chris Smith's done some fun bit of calculations, and we'll come to that in the end as Midpuri finishes off the over. That's going to be an outside edge. Samath Boda will do the work, and that'll be a dot ball to finish. 5 runs off the over, 8 overs down. Malta 47 for 1. Chris Smith saying that he reckons he's worked it out. Now, Chris is he's a bit of a mathematician. He's the ECN mathematician, and I've given him that title anyway. He says that Portugal, by his calculations, Portugal have gone up to 39th in the ICC T20 World Rankings, dropping Denmark down to 40th. So that's a 40-place promotion from this tournament. That's if that's true, and if that is the case, that's a big positive weekend for Portugal.
Massive. I mean, that's huge from them, going from the 40s into the 30s. Just a quick point on that. Portugal last year in the ICC qualifying event for the T20s came second to Denmark. Obviously Spain, Gibraltar were also in that group of 8. But a final game, Denmark just beat, they beat Portugal quite comfortably to qualify for the next round. So for Portugal to kind of jump Denmark in the rankings is a big positive for them.
Andrew Reyes looks as if he's going to come into the attack, and well, he's just been a man that every time he's bowled, he always seems to take a wicket.
Good choice. I like this from Gibraltar. He has been probably the star bowler for this attack over the last few days. Maybe not got as much action as we'd have liked to see, but he has done really well, especially today.
Here is Reyes then, starting off, and this will be dragged leg side, and Horrocks will do the work, and a bit of a loosener for Reyes.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener, just lets it kind of drift down that leg side. Be interesting to see how Reyes kind of deals with this left-hand, right-hand combination of Stanislaus and Bastians. But, he's been so economical, but he's taken important wickets as well. And I think they brought him on here as almost a partnership breaker, because these two are just starting to look a bit comfortable.
Yeah, you're right. I think if they can break through this partnership now, it'll be good timing. But at the same time, if these two stick around and get going, then it might be a little bit interesting coming towards the latter parts of this first innings. Reyes then continuing, and a wild swing from Bastians, and Stagno's just waiting. But again, I'd like to see Reyes come around the wicket to the left-handed Bastians. I think that'll be a real confusing angle for it coming in and then dipping away. I think that could ask a few questions. Here is Reyes then. getting that away move, and it's in the slot. And the only thing that Roy Nestor can do is watch that sail over the boundary, and that'll be another 6 runs, second of the tournament, or second of the innings for Malta.
Massive shot from Bastians, and watch out in the car park, that's coming your way. All the nice little cars, I don't want to mention brands, but there's some nice cars in that car park, and they were at danger of getting hit there. Roy Nestor still waiting for the ball back.
Asking for someone to help him. Probably doesn't really want to go, and he says, "Oh, come on, you can pass me the ball." And he gets it back eventually, but Reyes getting a bit of tap. And again, I think that's why that angle really would be able to help him.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he just, as the umpires have a little look at the ball, if he decides to try and change the angle. I think with coming across Bastians, it's going to play into probably his arc, as we just saw there, that going miles over the mid-wicket boundary.
Bastians again, you have to remember, batted at about 7, then got promoted to 3 or 4 and really came good. And then he missed out on a couple of games, but he's proving to play well at the moment. And that's almost a bit of a readjustment, or too much of a readjustment, but again, keeps it within the guidelines, and Sebastian just lets it go. And drop and run and good cricket. And again, it's where we saw in that first game where Gibraltar not really squeezing in the inner circle in that first game today, and ended up being where they struggled. Chris has told us as well, by the way, that he reckons Malta have currently dropped to 61st from 54th, so 7 places in Gibraltar, up to 73rd at the moment. And I'd be interested to see what comes from this game, and if that changes anything. Chris, you'll have to let us know. Let us know the equations if you fancy. Don't have to. Down the ground, punched, and it burst through the hands of Louis Bruce. It was a tough chance, but it's another maximum, and well, Reyes, for the first time this tournament, gets a bit of tap. And at the end of the 9th over with that maximum, Malta move into the 60s. 61 for 1.
Stanislav's going straight again. I think Louis Bruce will be disappointed. It was a tough chance to his left, but it was a nice catchable height. And I know him, and he will just be a little bit disappointed with that. Gibraltar just letting their standards drop a little bit, a bit of sloppiness. As Stanislas now moves on to 42. He's having a really good game with the bat. And yeah, I mean, just going back to those rankings, this game could prove pivotal in terms of whether Malta stay in the 60s or Gibraltar move into the 60s.
Yeah, you never know. Never know what one game could do. It's, of course, it's a bit of a new system now, as Chris was mentioning us a couple of days ago, that it's not quite as simple. Well, it's never really been simple, but not quite what it used to be. Mid-putty. Bastian just drops this, and Stagno will do the work. And Chris is saying if Gibraltar had won the game this morning, they would be in 72nd above Serbia. A lot of it if, buts and maybes, but yeah, can only deal in absolutes.
Oh, that's just cricket, isn't it? Ifs, buts and maybes. Hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Mipri just having a bit of a go, maybe, at his fielders. Fiery is one way to describe Mid-putty, as he looks to come in again. This time it is turned around, and they're going to take on the arm, and good glove work from Kyron Stagno. First time we've really seen him take it cleanly, and they're going to have a look upstairs, but my initial reaction, I think he's made his ground.
Yeah, me and you thinking the same then. I think he's safe here. Good work from Kyron Stagno with the gloves. Sam Off-Boder, I think, was the fielder who got the ball in nice and quick. But again, we'll just have a look as this trickles down to him. Odd Jib squeezing that infield enough. They're looking for runs as Bastians gets to the other end. Safe, I think.
Well, this angle will tell us more. I think it's just a question if the bat was down as well, or if it was in the air. This is going to tell us here. Does that bat that ball?
It bounces, doesn't it? The bat bounces.
Rotate through those. And this is close because it's up there. The bat's up there, and then it's down. But one of those. That's the. Yeah, he's in. Made his ground. That's that frame that we needed, and yeah, I think that will be enough conclusive evidence to be given not out, and Bastian should survive.
Yeah, dangerous run though, but they are pushing this field now. They've got wickets in hand. Obviously coming up, this is the 10th over, nearly halfway through. They are going to now push Jib, and they're going to try and squeeze every single run on a tired looking Jib side.
Yeah, they are looking very fatigued as a few of the Portugal members make their way back from the hotel that they're staying at. Of course, their tournament's finished and they ended up 6 from 6. They will be the winners of the Tri-Series here, but this time it's again drop and ran, and a direct hit would have been close, but no one's backing up. Two members of the Gibraltar squad just sort of sat watching from the boundary, no one really paying attention and realising that they're going to have to back up, and it's again sloppy from Gibraltar.
Story of this innings so far from Gibraltar, they're just getting themselves in a bit of a tiz in the field. Goes for a direct hit, and then to compound it, no one backing up properly, and they're able to get another on the overthrow.
Well, Ferrani had his arms up, but this has gone high in the air. Nestor's underneath it, and he's run round it. He's completely lost it, and that will be just another single. And Gibraltar at the moment looks as if the wheels are falling off.
Yeah, reminiscent of that first game of the tournament against Portugal, where, to be honest, they put a really big score on the board in comparison to the rest of the scores this week, and then just let it go in the field. It looks very similar here. They just don't look a unit in the field like they have done in the last game.
Down the ground, firmly struck, and that looks as if it will be a one bounce for another boundary for Samuel Stanislaus, and it's another score in the 40s, and that's a lovely shot, 2 full from Kabir Mirpuri, and that will be one bounce for.
One bounce for, nice shot. He looks strong down the ground, doesn't he, Stanislaus? Now he's found his feet.
Nice delivery then. Goes for it again, this time up in the air. Louis Bruce underneath it, takes the catch, and it's about time that Gibraltar turned around and did something right in the field, and that's much better. And Louis Bruce, we've seen him give a couple send-offs, but just gives a little applause to Stanislaus as he has to go for a well-made 47. Just goes for one too many. Another wicket for Kabir Mirpuri though. Good catch from Louis Bruce. Second wicket down then at the end of the 10th over. Malta, 70 for 2 at the halfway stage.
Good catch from Louis Bruce. Just had to readjust himself in the field, but gets himself set early and takes a really nice catch. And that is what Gibraltar need. Now they need someone to just have a little chat in that centre and just get things calmed down a bit. But we have to say, fantastic innings from Stanislaus. Oh.
Long day. Long day. No, it has been a really good one. Again, he's shown signs of promise. We know he can do it. We know he's done it before on the European Cricket Network. And yeah, once again, that's the second of the openers gone. But yeah, we've seen it doing time and time again. Don't need to forget that.
Highest T20 score, I believe, for Stanislaus as well, with 47.
Yeah, that 43 against Gibraltar was his highest before. That was just a couple of days ago, and then that's yeah. So he's all in all, he's actually had a pretty good tournament. Just hasn't been as consistent as he probably would have wanted, but it's also just been the batsmen around him that have struggled. As Andrew Reyes will continue then after getting a bit of tap, went for 14 off his first over, and it's finally going to happen. He's going to change that angle, and I like this move. Yeah,
very good move, and you've been calling for it, haven't you? Come around the wicket to the left-hander of Bastians. Yeah, it's just struggled, hasn't he, in the start, a bit bowling across to that left-hand, and it's a good change.
Here he is then, Reyes, going to come around the wicket, as we said. He has got Bastians in his sight, who's the in-batsman now, and oh dear, well, that's proven me wrong a little bit.
Yeah, that's a bit of a loosener. That's a wide ball called. As he'll just look to get things back on track here, Reyes. He's not quite got it right just yet.
This time he's in the right area, and Stagno again just struggling with the gloves, if all truth be told, and he holds himself to high standards to Stagno, and yeah, this time around he's I don't know, just might be possibly fatigue coming in. He's kept every single game for Gibraltar. It's not easy.
Concentration levels, it's one of the things with wicketkeeping. It's a mental game. Well, cricket in general is a mental game, isn't it?
Again, down the ground, Cloth hasn't quite got all of it. Latine and Bruce converge, and it will be young Bruce who cuts it off. Good bit of work again in the field from Louis Bruce, and it's just a single, which brings Niraj Khanna on strike.
Yeah, Niraj Khanna in again. He's had a bit of a difficult tour with the bat, but they've kept faith with him in that number 4 role. So it'll be interesting to see how he does. It looks, from me, like he likes to try and play into the leg side. He plays some real big swipes across the line in the last few days. So I'm guessing against Reyes, this might happen again.
Yeah, he scored a 37 not out against the Czech Republic. That was back in 2021, but in this tournament, he's only had a higher score of 5, so not quite the tournament for Neeraj Khanna. Down the ground, hasn't got all of it. And a bad tournament for Neeraj Khanna becomes even worse as he gets a golden quacker. And he goes, and that'll be the end of his tournament with the bat. And Reyes picks up another one.
Yeah, Reyes, he saw his eyes lit up here, didn't he, when he saw Reyes, and he goes after it. It's a big boundary down there to cow corner where Ian Latine is placed. He doesn't get anywhere near it in terms of making the 6. And you know what? That man there does not drop catches.
Nope, he doesn't. He's fielded well today. Had that really important run out that we thought was the turning point. Didn't end up being. But yeah, Neeraj Khanna goes again, and maybe Stagno's issues behind the something because his shoelace hasn't been tied. Well, you never know. But Varun Prasath will be the new batsman. You can see the man behind him, Basil George, missing out on this game again due to that dislocated shoulder that then came back, well, popped back in its socket straight away. And well, Bastian's, he's just looking for someone to support him at the moment, isn't he?
And this could be the man. Finally, yesterday we saw him start to hit the middle of the bat, and when he hits that middle of the bat, it stays hit. And he has had a really good set of international games in the past against Gibraltar. Tends to like to bat against their bowling. He's not come out on top so far in this tournament, but obviously he's had trouble against James Fitzgerald. But no James Fitzgerald, so someone else is going to have to step up to the money here.
Yeah, of course, Fitzgerald missing out due to that injury that he sustained once more earlier on in this game. It just seems to be the story every single day, as there's always a couple of injuries here and there, and well, some make a comeback and some decide to realise that it's probably not worth the risk and they sit it out, and Avinash Pai is certainly the first option of those two.
Yeah, wise choice as well, because he didn't look good. He didn't look good, I'm not going to lie.
Here is Prasad up against Sanju Reyes. And again, driven and stagnant again. Doesn't take it cleanly, and he's getting a bit of frustration now. He's that sign of frustration is only going to make it hard. It's going to make those hands harder as well, which is then going to lead him to snatch at it. Just needs to relax. It'll come.
Yeah, don't let frustration take over.
Full toss, driven nicely. Excellent bit of fielding from Kabir Midpudi, and that will be a dot ball. Good fielding in the covers.
Yeah, gets away with that one, Reyes. Full toss. Prasath decides to drive that one through the covers. I think, you know, an informed Prasath's trying to hit that straight.
Trying to turn this one round the corner, but down the leg side, that'll be a leg side wide. And just trying to finish off the over, isn't he? He's bowled pretty well, hasn't given too much away, got the wicket, but this time just no real swing. Was trying to play for that swing, but didn't get it. Didn't get that lateral movement, did Reyes. Down the ground, and Prasath is here, and Prasath is here to play. Lovely shot to get off the mark, and a good way to end the over. It's a lovely shot down the ground, 6 runs.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Varun Prasath, and from experience, I know how strong he is in that area. Long levers, gets it right over the top, and that has clattered into the top of the fence. Reyes getting a bit of the treatment from Varun Prasath as we come to the end of that over.
Yeah, good over for both sides. Of course, a couple of runs coming from it, but also picking up the wicket. Story so far then. And really, Avinash Pai, he got that one made, and then he didn't pick up a wicket, but he bowled his 4 overs and kindly left the field of play, and he's probably sat with a bit of ice on his hamstring now. But yeah, apart from that, couple of people getting a bit of tap. Andrew Reyes getting over wicket, but also going for 23 runs. But Midpudi, he's bowled really well, but he doesn't look as if he's going to continue. They're going to hold him back, and it's going to be Samath Bodda, who's just still carrying a bit of an injury, isn't he?
Yeah, a little bit of an ankle knock. Young lad, just don't want to overdo it here, but he has been so successful with in that kind of first couple of over spells that he bowls. Just ties the batsman up.
Here is young Samath Bodda. And just hits the splice of the bat, and it's a good start.
Yeah, good start from the youngster. I'd like to see him bowl in kind of spells, Boda, rather than bowling 4-3. I think he bowls better in those first couple of overs, and then in the third or fourth he bowls them back to back. He just starts to fatigue a little bit, and batters just go after him. So I'd like to see him maybe here bowl 2 before getting changed.
Here is Boda then, once more. This is up in the air. Has he got much on it? It doesn't seem as if you have Louis Bruce. It just got held up in the wind yet again. And he was looking pretty set. He didn't think he had to move much, but that wind just held it back. And it's another dropped opportunity.
Yeah, as you can see, as we come into view here, he just realises last minute he's got his position wrong. He's going to have to come diving forward. He doesn't quite get it there.
Driven nicely down the ground. Should just be one. It will take some cutting off. Good work from Zammit. That'll just be one. Bruce has broken his glasses as well at the same token.
Yeah, but compounds the drop. You break your sunglasses. But yeah, I mean, he just got his position wrong. Kind of, I think, like you said, it just got caught in the wind and realised he wasn't in the right position. Has to come diving in. Boda into them. Prasath. Oh, wow.
Again, squeezes him. And yeah, just pushing that one through a little bit more as well. Bit of extra pace, even though he's on a dodgy ankle.
That's what you need to do to Varun Prasath. He's got such big levers and he has this arc. And if you get a bowl into his arc, it's going to go down straight or towards mid-wicket. But if you tie him up, you know, that's what you've got. I think that's what you've got to try and plan to do. But you can't afford to drop it too short because that's going to come our way.
Samath Boda then looking to find a breakthrough. Nice flick off the hip of Prasath, and Frioni will do the work. Good throw, good arm. Just another single.
Yeah, I've been impressed with so far by Malta with the batting, having really had a tough first 4 games. They've come back strong. Looked a bit ropey at the start of yesterday, but pulled it back and got to a really good score. And here, they look set for making probably a really decent total.
This Fuller. And right in the block hole, Bastian says enough. Keeps it out, and that'll be a single. Good over, 5 off it. And at the end of 12, Malta 84 for 3. So, Joe, what's next for you? What are your plans? Are you here for a day or two? Are you making moves? Are you off? What are you doing after this? Of course, this is the first time we've had you on the network. It's been a pleasure, by the way, and thank you for joining me here. It's been a really enjoyable experience to be not on my own for once. Yeah, but what's next for you, Joe?
So yeah, I'll probably hang around tonight, just have a few beers and a few drinks with everybody after, post-tournament. Really, it's been a great week here. But I am off tomorrow morning, early start, flying back here from Gib to Manchester. Then it'll be a train down to Birmingham before a train back to Wolverhampton as I am back to work on Tuesday morning.
Well, someone's got to do it, haven't they? Someone's got to do the work. But no, it's been a real pleasure having you here, Joe. And I know a lot of people have enjoyed hearing you. And well, hopefully it's not the last we hear of you. But you never know. We'll see what happens. Someone just showing a bit of appreciation for Man United in the chat. And Adnan, you've automatically become my best friend. As field change, maybe he's going to change ends here. Maybe he's just doing it because he wants to get. If he gets a wicket, he can get that celebration in the right ankle.
Football chat in a cricket chat should be immediate ban.
Cut away and gone. And well, there we go. We will get that celebration because it's cut away from Bastians and he picked out the man at point. And an excellent catch from Frioni. And it's another wicket down and the in-batsman goes. Malta, 84 for 4.
Good catch. Mipuri gets the wicket. Julian Frioni with the catch. This has come sharp. It's a really good catch at point from him. I know it's come high and it's come straight at him, but it's come quick. And that's a good catch. He got dropped in the last over by Bruce. And that is a really good wicket because Bastians was just starting to look into his groove and just looking to start to attack this Gib bowling.
Yeah, we've seen him being able to really take the game away from some bowlers and to get him now. And, of course, they broke that partnership between him and Stanislaus. And since then, they've taken wickets at regular intervals. And Prasath now looks as if he's going to have to try and take over.
Yeah, Varun is the danger man at this point, and look, he'll need people to stay with him, as we just see him in the middle there with Stagno having a little check of his bat. I'll probably ask him if it's legal, but we saw yesterday, it's not even his bat. He managed to split his own bat in two.
Gosh.
I'm not sure how, but yeah, it just split in two, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. As the new batsman coming in at number 6 is a man who's batted at quite a few different areas. It's going to be Fanyan Mughal is going to be the new man. Of course, we'll most likely see him bowl his 2 overs, bowl really well, and then not bowl again.
Yeah, it's a strange one. It'd be interesting to see how, today if they bowl him more than 2 overs, because so far this tournament he's bowled incredibly well and only been given the 2.
Mid pretty. He's going to carry on here. 2 for 14 at the moment. Probably want another. And just pushing this one wide. They drop and run, and Zamet does the work, and it's off the mark straight away for Mughal.
Yeah, off the mark with a nice single. If they've been watching Mughal back, they'll know he's very strong on the pull. Likes, again, a bit more of a leg side dominant player. So I just think Mpuri will be looking to push it outside of off stump. And yeah, good start though. One off his first ball as he. Oh, he's trying to give stuff to Mpuri. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't trust Mpuri with anything.
Sorry, I'm just being a bit nosy.
Look at my book.
Yeah, I'm looking at your notebook. The outdated facts. That's quite good, actually. I'm quite impressed. Interesting. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Just getting a bit carried away. Mid-pretty continuing. That one gets up, and you like that one, didn't you, Joe?
Yeah, that's kicked up again, and Prasath, as he just looks to kind of nurdle. It's not a confident shot from him. It just goes over the top of the bat. I don't think it was a chance, but yeah, Stagno, yeah, just see him kind of come up really quick, realising that's leapt off the pitch.
Gibraltar have struggled with the bat in the last couple of games. What do you think they're going to be comfortable chasing? I think anything above 130, they might be a little bit worried, considering the last few times that they've batted. That one gets up again, and it comes off something. Not really sure as to what it's come off, but it's given... there you go. Get the signal. It's given as runs.
Yeah, I think it has come off the bat here. And is this a chance? I mean, it's a tough chance. It's a tough chance, isn't it? I mean, you look at Stagno. I mean, he's looking.
I know he's your counterpart, and you're batting against him for places, but you can't give that as a drop catch.
No, I didn't. I just said it's a potential chance.
No,
I mean.
that's not a chance. Not a chance in anywhere. Mid-pretty continuing here, and that one just continuing with the angle, and again too far back on the circle. Gibraltar. It's an easy single again. It's too easy, really. Need to put that squeeze on.
Yeah, need to put that squeeze on. Just going back to your original question of what will Gibraltar feel comfortable chasing. I mean, they've struggled a little bit with the bat over the last couple of days, apart from Bruce, but they have got players which can hit. I think they will want to keep Malta to below 145. I mean, if you 150, 145, I think they'll be happy at chasing.
Trying to finish off quietly down the ground, struck firmly. Latine doesn't get there. Managed to get down, but wasn't able to cut it off, and that will be a boundary to end the over. And Prasath, look as if he's still able to find the middle again. Nice shot, 4 more.
Yeah, 4 more to Prasath as he goes down the ground. Latine flying across the Astro, and he just couldn't quite get there as we come to the end of the 13th over. 91 for 4.
13 down, 7 to go. Going at 7s as well at the moment, Malta. So they're just looking like a total potentially below par. But if Prasath gets going, and it would be quite characteristic if Prasath turns around in the last game and hits a blistering 50. But yeah, this is it. James just sat there saying, "New boy always does his homework." I mean, I saw it. You sent me a photo. You sent a photo, and I saw you were doing little bits of notes. But I didn't want to be the one to tell you that it's all on the internet. You just got to press one button. But
I'm old school. I'm old-fashioned. I like making notes. I like my coloured. I've got my well. Obviously, you've seen no notebook, but there's coloured pens. There's all sorts, and I like.
It's like being back at nursery.
I know. I've got a thing about writing
Crayons?
things down. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Get me the crayons out. Let me draw something.
Samath Bodder. I'm not letting you draw anything. Samath Bodder. He's going to continue. Good first over. Went for just 5. He's going to be trying to pick up another wicket. He'll be hoping so as well. Here he comes then. Just pushing Mughal a little bit.
Yeah, Mughal just kind of, I don't know if he was expecting it to be a little bit quicker as he kind of just fends it off in the end. But yeah, no, very good bowling from Boda so far. But like I said, I'd like to see this kind of come out of this over, bowl another really good over, hopefully take a wicket for himself, and then kind of have a break, and then potentially come back later in the innings.
Yeah, he's only taken the 2 international wickets here this year. Took 8 last year. Best figures of 3 for 26 up against Hungary. But once more, he has just been able to drag Gibraltar back into games at some points. He's come in those middle overs. Again, may not be someone who picks up wickets regularly, but he really can be quite economical and really can just bog down batsmen. Doesn't give or offer much width. Really likes to cramp him up, which we've seen here against Prasath.
Clever bowler as well, Sam. I played a lot with him. I've seen him progress from as a youngster through to now kind of more of a senior player. And his progression, his hard working individual. He's really worked on a few things. Can bowl it both ways as well.
Here is Bodder. Again, no width, nice and straight, and Prasath can just dab it down for 1.
Yep, and dab downs just ties up Prasath. Doesn't let him go straight like we know he wants to do. And it's a good start again from Boda. I mean, he was unlucky in the last over, wasn't really not to pick up a wicket. Bastinaz hitting it out and Bruce just dropping it, but he'll be feeling confident here of getting the new man Mughal.
Wild swing, Stagno again, snatching, standing up to just a little bit above medium pace. Samath Bodder, not in not in a horrible way, of course, but yeah, that one's again just snatching at it. He's moved. There's too many moving parts at the moment. Just lost a bit of rhythm. He is a very good keeper, has to be said, but yeah, he's just snatching at a few here. Bodder again. This is down the ground, eye in the air. Has he got enough on it? He doesn't. Good catch. Kevin Midpuri and Samath Bodder picks up a very important wicket. As it looks as if that's Mughal who goes. And a really good catch from Cabin Midfield. It wasn't easy.
Yeah, very good catch from Midpuri as he moved around, got himself set underneath it. And pair of safe hands, that's what was needed. And Boda picks up his first wicket of the game.
Yeah, good catch that, to be fair. That was probably swirling around as well. He gives it the celebration. He loves a celebration, doesn't he? It's a definite character. Well, this is a character. Afi Khan comes out to the middle as that was the 5th wicket to fall, 93 for 5. Afi Khan comes out and he's got to try and provide some support here because otherwise they're running the risk of falling to a below par total again.
Yeah, wickets falling again for Malta. We've seen now 4 wickets drop in the space of a few overs, and this is where kind of Malta have fallen foul sometimes, especially at the start of this tournament, losing wickets, and they've got to make sure they get it to a decent total here after a very strong start. They can't let the wheels fall off, but these two can bat, and they can push this score along to a very decent total.
Well, we're pretty. It's just because I didn't think that it was over. Midpuri, he's getting very much involved in the field setting. Shock horror. He's always involved in some way, shape or form. Good afternoon though to Mr. Kitty. Denny joins in the chat. Very good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to James as well, and to Kroom as well. Kroom's joined us at the same time, and to Chris of course, and to everyone else tuning in. Huge good afternoon to you. Here is Samath Bodder up against Afi Khan then. Oh, and this one gets through, and be interesting to see what this is given. It's given as wide. I'm not too sure as to why. Have I missed something? Did that go? Okay, yep, no, fair enough. Yeah, fair play. Thought it went under the bat. My apologies. Good call. So I will never doubt you again.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm losing the plot. I'm not even going to hide it. I'm losing the plot. It's T20s are long. I'm used to this T10 format. T20s are long. Samath Bodder wants a response. Driven nicely by Afi Khan, and that will be a single.
Yep, just a single there for Afi Khan. He needs to be the supporting influence here for Varun Prasath. Varun Prasath, the captain, only 13 off 9, but we know how quickly he can accelerate an innings. He will be looking to take it on his shoulders and make a big score here, and just make a target which is going to just get out of the reach of this tired kind of Gibraltarian team.
Yeah, it has been interesting if Hatchman comes on. I'd like to see him have a bowl. He bowled well in that first game. think he deserved it at least. Turn around the corner. Nice again off the hip. He's pretty confident there is Varun Prasath, and that'll just be a single to end the over. And at the end of 14, Malta bring up the 100. 100 for 5.
100 for 5 then for Malta. Nice little base. 5 wickets remaining. A few wickets have fallen in these last few overs. Interesting to see what you think they. What would you like if you're Varun Prasath at this point? What are you targeting?
150. 100%. That's come to be a par score, I think. In reality, will they get there? Probably not. Could be proven wrong. But I'd love to be proven wrong. But yeah, I think if they're looking towards that 140, maybe 145, they'll be pretty happy. I think they'll feel as if they may be able to defend that. They've just got to get a few early wickets and we've seen Gibraltar crumble a little bit. That's what we've come to expect. They get a few early wickets, then they crumble. Of course, Avinash Pai, will he bat? You just don't know. Here is Cabin Midpudi. Never mind. I think he just got a little bit lost there. Probably in his hair. So, starts the over then. And that one, drag leg side. Didn't middle it whatsoever. Did Prasath. Nestor comes in and just a single.
Just a single. Got high on him, didn't he? I mean, when he dropped it short here, I thought this could be going into the stratosphere, but just gets up on him a little bit, and it falls into that infield. No one there. They've got men back.
Yeah, it's a good field at the moment. It's the 5 out are the classic ones you'd come to expect. You've got a deep cover, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. That's what we really would come to expect. Mid-Puri again, up against Khan. Just pushing that one wider. Khan not able to quite slice this away.
Yeah, I've seen just a bit wider there, and Khan looks to chase it. Bit of the eyes from the two keepers. There's been a bit of back and forth between those for the last few days as Mipuri comes in again, and there's a claim. Afi Khan does not wait around, and Stagno joins Mipuri with a celebration. Oh, man. I don't know what your thoughts on these premeditated celebrations are. I am not a premeditated celebration person, I have to say.
Yeah, wicket though, good. Finally, Stagno takes one cleanly, doesn't snatch at it, and that'll be a big sigh of relief for him. Afi Khan goes for just one, and disappointing for him as he wasn't able to get anything away. 101 for 6.
Great take from Stagno. He's looked a bit tired in this innings with a bit of his glove work.
Oh,
but
no.
No.
Oh dear, oh dear. I want to know the meaning behind it. There must be something or a reason behind it. Maybe there's a really nice sentimental reason behind it, and we're sat here just slating it. Oh well.
Probably not. Anyway, it was look. Let's go. It's a brilliant take from Stagno, and that's really good glove work, strong hands, and it's a good ball from Mipuri and a good wicket.
Sharma coming out to the middle then. We've seen him as high as 3, and he's been one of the higher run scorers for Malta at times in this tournament. And yeah, he's got an opportunity to provide a bit of support for Prasath, who's just watching people come and go. And it's not. It's just the trend for Malta is the collapse, isn't it? Middle order collapse, people coming in, playing rash shots, getting out, and then someone just comes in and does the exact same thing. Here is Midpudi then up against Sharma, spinner against spinner. And this is just going to be nerdled around the corner. Samath Bodda will give chase, and they'll come back comfortably for a second as it's Horrocks who does the work eventually and is given runs.
Yeah, look, Sharma's batted really well this week. Out of one of the batsmen that Malta could say has been fairly consistent with at least trying to play his shots and do well, Sharma's one of those guys. He's batting quite low down again, but with him at the crease and Varun Prasath at the other end, they're still on for a decent score.
And again, gets the large step down the crease, and that's a dot ball. That's a bit poor, isn't it? It's a bit annoying. Well, anyway.
For you.
For me it is, yeah.
Actually, for me as well.
Here is Midpudi again, cramping him once more, and Zammit does the work, one-handed, and he'll just be a single.
Yeah, single down to Zammit there. Just got high again. He does get that bounce, doesn't he, Mipuri? Just pushes that one into the offside. End of the over. End of the 15th. Malta 104 for 6 here. Just going below 7 and over. They're going to look to go big in as we get to into this last quarter of the innings. Just looking ahead to next week then, as we see Rico and Vinny head out to Austria for the European Cricket Series. That should be interesting. Some really good teams in that kind of mix, and some domestic cricket. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Austrian Daredevils.
Yeah, there's a few good teams in there. The NACC, they'll be up for it as well. Of course, they were the ECL representatives, and yeah, this is coming. Look back here, Samath Bodda is going to continue here. Of course, picked up that wicket in his last over. He's only gone for 14 as well. He's been pretty good for Gibraltar once again in these middle overs.
Yeah, been very good so far. But as I've said, I think he bowls his first 2 overs really well, but then just starts to fatigue a little bit and tire, and batters take advantage as he comes in here. Good hands from Stagno.
That's better. Glad to see he's finally found his rhythm. Took him a while to get going again, but yeah, good to see as the sun's slowly fading. And the light's taking more of an effect here in Gibraltar. This one just gets away from him. That will be pushed into the onside and should just be a single and will be.
Yeah, brings that man Varun Prasath back on strike. Samath Bodda's got to continue here and try and just keep him tied up. Give him, not too worried about trying to make him frustrated. Time up, squeeze him. Don't give him anything in his arc or anything too short, or it will go.
Prasath then had a couple of boundaries. Hasn't really got much away recently because he's been running out of partners, but looking for a bit of support from Sharma. Prasath just looking leg side. Who's out? He's got 2 men on that leg side boundary. Down the ground. That is going to be 6, and that's 6 of the best because that's gone a long, long way. And Prasath, you could just tell he was looking to get that front leg out of the way and take Bodda downtown. 6 more. Lovely shot.
That's his shot. Straight down the ground. So it's just in the slot, and you do not bowl there to Varun Prasath because that is going to get sent the distance.
Yeah, all Ian Latine could do was watch that sail over his head. Bodda needs a response. Prasath, is he going to go again? Good delivery from Bodda. Bit of variation, hiding it outside the off stump. Good take as well from Stagno. Looked a little bit unconventional, but he took it cleanly.
Yeah, it's good that he's able to stand up here to Bodda, because Bodda's not slow. He's not slow at all. Just to keep Varun Prasath in his crease. Keep him back.
Again, downtown. Has he got all of it? He doesn't have all of it, but he gets enough. And Latine unable to cut that one off. And that will be another boundary again. Prasath taking a liking to Samath Bodda. And that will be 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, 1 bounce 4. Doesn't quite get hold of that one. It looks like it kind of comes off the toe end of the bat from Prasath. But it's, it's dead set straight. And as much as Latine is an absolute whippet across the outfield, not even he was going to be able to get to that one.
Yeah, it's only taken 9 games, but Varun Prasath finally found the middle. He found the middle yesterday, and he's finding it again. Here he is coming up against Bodda one more time then in this over. Full again, this time skews it. Should be cut off and will be. Good work from Latine, and Prasath will keep the strike. And it's a single to end the over. And at the end of 16, 6 is all over the place. 116 for 6 after 16.
Yep, 116 for 6 after 16 then, as we just take a little look at the scorecard here. A really good knock from Samuel Stanislaus at the top of the innings, really set Malta on their way. 47 off 39 balls. Bastians has made a really nice 24 off 24, but it's this man Varun Prasath who is in now, who this innings relies upon getting to a very good total, or a good total. Yeah,
this is a lot of pressure on one man's shoulders, and no doubt we'll probably see him have a bowl later on as well. He could end up being pretty crucial, and I think my wish might be coming true. Looks as if it's going to be Richard Rico Hatchman potentially, and it will be. Ball is handed to him, and it will be Hatchman. And I think this is a good move. It's a fair move. He didn't exactly bowl poorly. He got the big wicket in Najam Shazad in that last game. That's a pretty decent scalp to add to add to the list for Richard Hatchman?
Yeah, bowled really well in the first game, and really good to see him kind of come and get the big wicket of Najam Shazad. That is a huge scalp, by the way. And just boost his confidence, because I think sometimes at international level he just gets in his own head a little bit, because at club level he is a very, very good bowler.
Here is Hatchman then up against Prasath and dragged leg side. Hasn't quite got all of it. Samath Bodda will cut it off, and that's good fielding. Keeps it to just the one, and that's good. It keeps Prasath off strike.
Yeah, didn't get hold of that one, Prasath. Bottom hand comes through, and it just ends up squirting out into that leg side. Only the one run. Good start from Hatchman.
I think Midpley just likes being on camera. He's always there. He just always finds a way.
Look, when you wear sunglasses and a blue headband, you definitely like being on camera.
It's an interesting look, to say the least. I would prefer if it was red, matching the old strip, but never mind. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Good start though for Hatchman, getting it right in the good area. This is full. This is being hit up in the air. Hasn't got anything on it. Andrew Reyes underneath it. Didn't look comfortable again. He struggled with those high catches. And it's a missed opportunity for Hatchman to take a catch. And, yeah, Reyes doesn't look comfortable under those high catches, does he?
No, he stepped underneath it here, doesn't he? And then has to kind of jump back over himself. It's through his hands. It's a disappointing one, that one. You'd want to get Sharma there. Hatchman coming in.
Oh, and almost tickling this one through. Sharma's just there saying, Mr. Umpire, where is my wide? And Seb just turns around and says, it's not there.
Yeah, just inside the line. It's good bowling from Hatchman. He'll be disappointed that catch went down. He's a very nice figure, but he's very passionate on a cricket pitch, and he does get frustrated.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times in recent times. Here is Hatchman then. Fuller and clipped, and this time Reyes will take the catch. He's comfortable with the flatter ones, it seems, and Hatchman does pick up an international wicket again. And this time Sharma put a bit of resistance up, but it's short-lived as he goes for 6 off of 8 deliveries. And it's the 7th wicket down now, Malta, 119 for 7.
Just clips it into the leg side, nothing really behind it. Nice and flat, nice height for Reyes, and he redeemed himself with a good catch. And Hatchman does get the wicket off Sharma.
Yeah, it didn't cost him too much, did he, that drop? It was nice to see that it was Reyes who was the man who ended up being the one in the right position and took the catch pretty comfortably. I probably would have felt as if it was coming to him at 100 miles an hour as well. But it was just clipped up and a bit of a poor shot, really, as it looks as if that is going to be Fazil Rahman, I believe, and I am proven correct. He comes out, and he's only really played one-dimensional cricket. It's been 6 or out, really, for old Fazil.
Yeah, I mean, he plays one way and one way only. However, what I'd say to him at this point is he needs to do a job, and his job is to get the bat on ball and run. Get that man on the other end on strike.
Here he is then, up against Hatchman. And there's the strike down the ground, and that equals his highest international T20 score of 1. Prasath on strike then. 27 off 16. He's just running out of partners slowly here, isn't he? He's come in and he's seen Mughal, Afi Khan, Amar Sharma all go. And he also just wants to have someone to stay in there with him. Got Hatchman in his sights now, though. Offered width. Well, it was a good stop from Julian Frione at point. And I'm not sure if it came to him on the full, but again, was struck firmly. Good over, though. Picks up a big wicket of Sharma and only concedes 5 runs. 121 for 7 after 17.
Good start from Hatchman. Exactly what they need to do. He's got a big wicket there because Sharma can bat, and I think the captain for Varun Prasath will know now that Malta are very much into their tail, aren't they? So it's going to be on his shoulders. Anyway, 3 overs to go here. Run rate just creeping above that 7 now, as Malta will be targeting that 150. Well, we could be in for another tight game, I think.
I can't handle another one. I can't hack it. it's been a long day. What
You can't hack it. I can't hack it. I mean,
Oh dear. Well, we're in trouble then, aren't we? Looks as if Stagno's going to now stand back to Bodat. He's going to bowl out his 4 overs. Here he comes then. 1 for 26 at the moment.
Oh, and a big swing. Sorry. Wow.
Turned away. Interesting, as Prasath turns down a single in the 18th over. That might be a little bit premature for turning down singles, but interesting hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? But he's putting it on his own shoulders.
There's Prasath then. Going to look to go big. And this time he will take a single, just pushed out into the offside for 1.
Yeah, just a 1 run for Prasath. I mean, if you're a tail ender now, yeah, you've just got to get bat on ball and get this big man on strike. And, yeah, I wouldn't be turning down singles at this point. I mean, Prasath's got to trust these guys to be able to do a job. Look, they can't afford to just swing the bat. They've got to get bat on ball and play sensibly.
Don't know if sensible's in Rahman's vocabulary, but only time will tell. Yeah, I don't really think, as Mike's saying, second choice wicketkeeper seems to be making a case for his selection, question mark. Oh dear. Here's Samath Bodat. Told you I didn't think sensible was in his vocabulary.
Yeah, big heave and a hoe, but nothing comes. I mean, he is the true definition of a tail ender. Look at the head. The head is all over the place. He nearly swung it off his shoulders.
Well, throw everything at it and some more. And I just had a feel to this. This is the thing. Slower ball, full toss, gets it wrong, no ball called, and that will be down the ground 1. And things go from bad to worse, as it means that Prasath is going to be on strike for the free hit.
Yeah, that's really not what you want to do. I mean, it's a poor ball. He tries for the slower ball and just gets it wrong. And Rahman ends up just punching it down the ground for 1. But the problem you've got now is that you've got this man on strike for a free hit. So he's got free reign to go anywhere here.
It's going to be an interesting one here, as Prasath is going to be on strike then. Free hit time. And he's very early on it. Stagno tries to get a boot out. And they'll come through for just the 1. And, yeah, gets away with that one there. But Stagno trying to get the boot out. It's a definite sign of fatigue, that.
Definite sign of fatigue. But, you know, look, Varun Prasath is on 29 for 19. I still, even though he's hit some really nice shots, I still don't think this is a fluid Varun Prasath. I've seen him, that ball, when he's in full flow, that's getting sent. That's getting sent over cow corner, and there's nothing you can do about it. Anyway, Samath Boda coming back.
Flat batted, straight back to him, and that's a dot ball, and a valuable dot ball at the same moment, as that should be 1 more left in the over, as
Stagno's not going to be happy. He's going to be made to walk all the way back.
There we go.
look at him mouthing. He's not happy, buddy. You've been played 6 games in 4 days. That's the last thing you want to be doing as a keeper, walking to one end and then being told, actually, we've got 1 more ball to come.
Well, us keepers, we're keepers for a reason. We're lazy, and we don't like running around the field. That's why we do it. Don't care what anyone says. If a keeper tells you otherwise, they're lying. And yeah, don't believe a word they say. In reality, every keeper I've met, knowing Vinny Sandhu, don't believe everything he says. Anyway, as Samath Boda continues, that's just keepers in general, though. High in the air. It's going to be tough chance here. Horrocks underneath it. Dropped. I'll tell you what, that had snow on it as it re-entered the atmosphere at a rate of knots. And yeah, the chance goes down, and Samath Bodat will finish with just the 1 wicket. Took a bit of a slide as well, but tough chance. And at the end of the 18th over, Malta 125 for 7.
Yep, 2 overs to go. 125 for 7. Jib have got to finish strong here if they want to keep this total down. As we have a little look at the run rates, and yeah, as you can see, the run rates have kind of maintained over this last half of this innings around that 7 mark, but you can see the wickets have fallen pretty consistently throughout the second half. And yeah, Jib just need to finish strong here, and I like this move. I like this move a lot. Bringing Bruce back into the attack here. Go for the kill. I mean, he's been very, very good so far this tournament. The only one thing you'd probably say is he probably hasn't taken as many wickets as he'd have liked, but he has bowled a very, very dangerous line and length. got good variations, and he's going to have a go at Varun Prasath.
Most likely that Prasath's going to try and take on the extra bit of pace from Bruce. He's probably going to try and go downtown. It wouldn't really shock me whatsoever. And maybe Bruce will be up for the challenge, though, with 2 overs left. Of course, looking to try and get up to that 145. They'd be looking to punish Bruce down the ground. We'll see what happens, though. Here we go, 19th over. And it's a bit of a shorter delivery. And Prasath again turning down a single.
Yeah, turns down the single. He's decided it's upon himself now. He is going to go. But the thing is, he's going to have to go. I mean, you can't afford to really turn down runs. You're only on 125 for 7. You know, this could end up costing you.
Yeah, you never really know, but only time will tell.
It kind of says that he doesn't back Rahman at the other end, though. And you know, it's always like the captain's vote of confidence with the bat. Anyway, Bruce to continue.
Top edge, don't think he's got enough on it. It's going to run away, though. And it's found the gap, and that'll be 4 valuable runs. That's why I didn't take the single, because he got a bit of bat on it, and that's going to race away.
Yeah, drops it short of a length here. And Prasath looks to swing that into the leg side with a big pull shot. Doesn't get on top of it. Hits the top edge. Flies over that fine leg region. And 4 runs.
Yeah, that's valuable runs at this point in the game. Good delivery. Great comeback from Louis Bruce. Just angling that one in towards Prasath. Cramping him up. That's where we've said it needs to be. Can't really get much away at the moment when it's close into his body.
Yeah, nothing different needed from Bruce. That will just put pressure on Prasath. He doesn't like being cramped up. Wants to open his arms as Bruce comes back.
And again, flat bats it down the ground, right off the splice of the bat. Nestor will collect and will just be another run.
Yep, they do take the single this time. And I think Prasath knows that obviously coming towards the end of Bruce's over, he'll be looking to face the final over himself. Be interesting to see who does bowl that final over for Gibraltar.
Yeah, there's a few options still left in the bag. I mean, you know, Reyes has got an over left. Hatchman's probably going to be the possible go-to. He's got an over still to come. But we won't know until we find out. Here is Bruce, and this is swung hard, and that is going to be 1 bounce 4. And Fazil Rahman is already, we know what he's going to do. It's going to be some destructive shots and some interesting shot selections. But if you swing hard and hard enough, it's going to go, and that's exactly what happens. 4 more.
Yeah, cutter from Bruce, tried to bowl a slower ball, and Rahman, big swing, gets hold of it, middle of the bat, that's gone, and it's some valuable runs. Look, any runs from the tail ender here are valuable, and we've still got 1 ball left of this over.
Yeah, just a bit concerned that there wasn't a deep mid-wicket at the start of the over. That's where Fazil's going to be looking. There is one now, though. Fazil Rahman getting a little bit fancy, and I know Louis Bruce would have loved to see that. As that's the end of the over, end of his spell. 1 for 27 for him, 134 for 7 at the end of the 19th over for Malta.
Yeah, nice little spell again from Bruce. Picks up that 1 wicket. Quite economical yet again. As we have a little look at these bowlers. Lou Bruce there, 27 runs off his 4 overs, taking the 1 wicket. Yeah, we have a look. I mean, the wickets have been shared around. Other than Avinash Pai, everyone has picked up a few. Kabir Mipuri has taken those 3 wickets, and I think it will probably... No, we're going to see Hatchman come on from the other end as he looks to finish off this innings. But yeah, I mean, the bowlers have bowled well in terms of picking up wickets at right times, especially in this last half of the innings. However, I would say slightly expensive, and I think Jib will be disappointed. They've been a bit sloppy in the field.
Yeah, no, they have, and just that first sort of 5 or 6 overs was really where they were sloppy. Just struggled to really just switch on, and it took a few overs. They got there eventually, started taking some catches, but also put down a few, has to be said. But Prasath, 34 off 24. He's going to be looking to go big now. This is probably where we'll see him turn down a few more singles as well. But it's still an over to go. Still plenty of runs out there. They'll be looking for that 140, won't they? They'll be hoping and praying for 145 at least. Here is Hatchman then, as we get ready to get this last over underway. That side edge, that's all run away. That's the first 4 in this last over then. And Well, swing hard, and Prasath with that shot moves on to 38, and it's a wild swipe, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, that'll anger Hatchman. He doesn't like things when things go against him, and that really does go against him. He doesn't get anywhere near the ball here. Prasath gets a big, thick outside edge, which is going to fly down to third man. It's 4 runs to start the over.
Hatchman needs a response. Same sort of line, and this time he finds the middle of the bat, and that is a glorious cricket shot over covers, and that's one of the best of the day. 6 runs, and Varun Prasath, he is finding the middle finally.
Yeah, finally. And he's finishing his tournament in style like we know he can. That one comes right off the middle over covers. And it's Jack Horrocks out there. You can just watch that sail over his head and off towards the lighthouse, as we will be looking for a new ball, I think. And Prasath doesn't bother even running. That's a glorious shot. And Hatchman needs a comeback here. 10 runs from the first 2 balls of the last.
Yeah, 144 on the board already. So that's that 145 pretty much sorted. And Hatchman, after a good first over, he's received a bit of tap the last 2 deliveries here in the 20th over. And Prasath, he's now finally 1 hit away from that half century. And down the leg, Hatchman trying to correct his line. And Prasath a little bit annoyed that he didn't quite get this away. There's no one on that leg side that really probably would have cut that off unless it's square. But yeah, again, Hatchman under a bit of pressure.
Under a bit of pressure, and you can just see him trying to alter his line there and try and cramp. Prasath up, gets it slightly wrong, and he pushes it down leg.
Hatchman this time gets it right, and Stagno, he's had a tough time of it behind the stumps this game, and well, that's going to go down against his name. That will be 4 byes.
Yep, 4 byes, and I can guarantee there is one person who is not going to be happy, and that is Richard Hatchman. He's had a bit of tap at the start of this over, and he finally gets a good ball in, and he ends up going for 4 runs again through the keeper.
Yep. All of a sudden, they're up towards the 150 with still 3 deliveries remaining. Here's Hatchman again, and this time goes down the ground, and that is another huge shot from Varun Prasath, and these are crucial runs here, as that brings up the half century as well for Varun Prasath, and what an innings it's been.
Brilliant innings again from Prasath. I mean, he's finally finding the middle, like you said, and that one has gone a long, long way. Seen him do it against Jib before. I'm looking at it from a different perspective this time, and it's still as glorious as ever.
Hatchman trying to keep this down to a minimum. Full toss. This time it's the same result yet again. And watch out if you're in the car park, because that's going to be another 6 runs. And Varun Prasath, he is enjoying his time out there in the middle.
Yeah, this over's going magical. It's like the last thing Gibraltar needed. We were saying before this started over, can Malta get above that 145? We're now above 160, and we're not at the end of this yet. And so Malta are now in the driving seat.
This over's gone for 27. We come back, and live action. This is turned around this time. Come back. And that will be another boundary. And it's a great way to finish the over. The over goes, by the way, for 31, and it's all gone wrong for Gibraltar, as Malta, they will finish on 165 for 7 off their 20 overs.
Yeah, really bad finish to the innings there from Jib, and I mean it just all went wrong. And this now has gone from a score which was going to be, I think, going to be a good game. Now, I would say that Malta are probably in the driving seats. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, the highlights, and it was a good start for Gibraltar, taking crucial wickets. Stanislaus, however, he was able to really crick on, and some lovely shots down the ground as he was joined at the crease by Bastians at number 3, and those two really started well. They were crucial as there were some big hits down the ground, and Bastians, that was one of his big shots into the leg side. Both of these two made good scores. Stanislaus went 47 off of 39. 4 fours and 2 sixes for him. Niraj Khanna came out and he was gone first ball. And that's another disappointing bit of cricket for him. But then this was a good catch to Frioni, flat and hard. And it brought the skipper, Varun Prasath, to the middle.
Yep, skipper Van Prasad had a decent knock yesterday, didn't he? He's come into his own. He's fired at the end of this innings, and he has taken this Malta team to a very, very good score. Their best of this tournament so far, as we've just seen Mapuri taking the wicket of Afiq Khan. But here we are. Those big shots at the end of this one have really taken Malta to the next level, and I think they'll feel confident at defending this.
Yeah, they'll certainly think that they can go ahead and knock these off, but there was still some incredible last over hitting from Varun Prasad. Take a bow. Finally, it's taken 9 matches, but he's found the middle of the bat, 60 off of just 30 deliveries, 5 fours, 5 sixes, striking at 200. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, it doesn't at all. Very good from Varun Prasad. As we just have a little look. And yeah, I mean, just have a little look at this scorecard, and yeah, you can see, I mean, very good innings at the top of that order from Sanil Stanislas, 47 off 39 balls. A nice contribution from Bastianaz with 24, but it is that man, Varun Prasad, 60 not out of 30 balls. I mean, that is a captain's knock if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it really was exceptional to watch. He was looking like he was going to run out of partners, but Fazil Rahman ended up sticking around, as did Amar Sharma. Faced a handful of deliveries to just give him a little bit of support. But yeah, Fazil Rahman also getting a boundary to his name. He, of course, dispatched that into that leg side boundary a couple of overs before the end. But yeah, it really was just a story of Varun Prasad. Don't forget about Samuel Stanislas, though. He was really crucial in setting up the base for Malta. Looking at the bowlers there, Avinash Pai had a maiden in there, didn't pick up a wicket though, went for 22 of his 4 overs. Louis Bruce got a bit of tap, but he also picked up a wicket, and Kabir Mudpuri, he was the pick of the bowlers though, picking up 3 wickets.
Yeah, 3 wickets off 4 overs, only 25 runs, nice economy rate. But really, I think Gibraltar bowled quite well, mostly a bit sloppy in the field, but it was that last over which has probably just cost them. They're going for over 30 runs.
Yeah, 31 runs off that last over. Could end up being the turning point in this game. Find out as we return in around about 10 minutes or so for the response. Gibraltar, they need 166 runs for victory here in match number 9. You join me, Charlie Hunt, alongside Joe Marples for the final innings coming up on the European Cricket Network.
And welcome back to Gibraltar for this final innings of the final day of these T20 internationals here in Gibraltar. Europa Point looking an absolute picture at the moment as the sun goes down. As we look into the distance there, you can see Morocco in the background, and we get a lovely dusky view. And it's a perfect way, or a fitting way, to finish this 4 days of cricket. Anyway, fantastic first innings there from Malta as we see them finish on 165 for 7, leaving Gibraltar needing 166 to win. That onslaught from Varun Prasath at the end, the captain's knock that they've been waiting these last 4 days for, as he finally finds his straps. Meanwhile, Gibraltar will be a little bit fatigued, a little bit disappointed. They were a little bit sloppy there, and to concede over 30 runs, or should we say 31 runs in that last over, very disappointed. They were looking on for a below kind of par score. They're now going to have to chase what is probably one of the highest scores of the competition. And, you know, this is I'd say an above average score in comparison to what Gibraltar have been scoring over the last few days. They're going to need someone to stand up. One person who has batted well so far for them is Louis Bruce. He's been on fine form, a couple of half centuries to add to his name this week, which brings him up to 10 half centuries in his young international career. They're going to need someone else to stand up, though, as in the last few games he's been kind of left by himself. Stagno, we believe, will be opening alongside him. He is someone who can support, and look, he is a fantastic player. We saw him in that opening day take a really good knock against a very strong Portuguese bowling attack. He needs to come good again. He needs to show his worth. I mean, he started well early in the day against Portugal and then played a kind of a premeditated shot which wasn't the best in the end. I mean, he ended up dragging a really bad ball from Gamiri onto his own stumps. But yeah, I mean, this one has all the kind of the markings of a very good game, and hopefully this one might just go down to the wire. And what a fitting way that would be to end the tournament. So, as the players just start to get ready to come onto the pitch, let us know where you're listening in from. Let us know what you think. Who's going to come out on this one on top? Malta, having lost their first 5 games, they're looking to go home with a win under the belt, and they'll be really buoyed by that performance in the first innings with the bat. Meanwhile, Gibraltar, having lost the last couple of games against Portugal, going 3-0 against them, to an unbeaten record against Malta this tournament with 2 wins out of 2. They want to finish with 3, and it's massive for both these nations in terms of ranking points. So, as we see the players there just starting to enter the field of play, that is there Sunil Chandramani just talking to Kieran Stagno. Bit of a smile on his face. He knows that there's a lot riding on his shoulders, and I think it's an aggressive plan here from Jib, going with Stagno to open with Bruce. But it's probably a good plan. With a big score on the board, they're going to look to attack the power play, try and get a really good base to go at things. So before we get underway here, we've got Seb Maynard umpiring at the rock end, and it is an interesting move. It looks like the skipper, who's talking to Seb Maynard here, might just be opening the attack as well for Malta. This is, I mean, he's taking it on his shoulders this last game, isn't he? If he does open the bowling. Very good bowler, Varun Prasath, taking a lot of international wickets. This is, I'd wonder if this is a premeditated move from Varun Prasath, seeing who has come out to bat. I mean, he doesn't bowl that quick, Prasath. He just kind of gets on a good line, gets on a good length, and tempts batsmen into bad shots. He's going to try and tempt Stagno to go big. Now, they've got a man down at deep mid-wicket, and they've also got a long on, so they know where Stagno's going to go. This is going to be an interesting battle. Captain Varun Prasath is going to take the first over. Stagno to face. Shot into the offside. It's a lovely shot through the covers, and that will be 4 off the first ball as Stagno sets his stall out. Varun Prasath not happy at all. I wonder if it's just to do with the placing of the fielders. He's not happy. It was a catchable height, but he does pick the gap. Good start from Gibraltar. Yeah, so Prasath with that really good knock at the end, a nice half century to finish off his tournament. He'll be looking for some wickets here. Comes in again to Stagno now. He's got that all wrong. It's gone over the top. It's gone high. It's not got much on its toe end of the bat, but it will go for another 4 runs. As that, I mean, I didn't see Galea down there. He's almost kind of camouflaged into the wall in that hoodie. But yeah, Galea, who wasn't paying attention, nearly gets a whack on the head. Varun Prasath really gets this one wrong. Full toss outside off stump. Stagno really stretching for it, gets the toe end of the bat, but 4 runs. Stagno goes big. This is gone all the way. Stagno gets a 6 with an absolute monstrous drive, and Prasath is going the distance in these first 3 balls. As we see this again, he just tosses it up and gets the foot out to it, doesn't he, Stagno? And that has gone flat and hard over that mid-off region. Just wide of mid-off region in there and between there and the covers. And hey, I said it was a brave move. It was an interesting move. It's an aggressive move from Gibraltar opening with Stagno, but it's working so far as this one is going to go to the leg side. This also is going to go the distance. That has joined us here in the stands. Incredible hitting at the start of this innings from Kieron Stagno as he looks fired up and he's punishing the Maltese captain Varun Prasath here, who just drops this one short. That has gone huge. As you can see, some people in the stands there, they're happy with that. 20 runs so far, 2 balls to go. Yeah, just a little bit of a discussion as well there between the kind of leadership group of this Maltese team. Afi Khan just having a little word with his captain. We'll see if he tries to mix things up here. He'll need to do something. Yeah, Stagno again. How do we know? He just got a bit overexcited there as he tries to go leg side again. Just sticks a little bit low, and I tell you what, that isn't far away from the outside of his stump. Unlucky there from Prasath. Good comeback from him. This one goes straight. It's huge. It's massive. It's joining. Well, that's on its way down into the car park and heading towards the mosque here at Gibraltar. And what an over from Kieron Stagno. 26 runs from it. Incredible stuff. And that just has put things back, I wouldn't say in Gibraltar's favour, but after that last big over, which really pushed Malta up to a very good score, I mean, that has just maybe evened things out as Charlie Hunt joins me back in the commentary box. How about that, Charlie?
What have I missed? Have I missed something? I was hearing a lot of cheering. That's some decent bit of hitting early on from Stagno. He's come out, elevated to the top, and he's gone, yeah, that's fine. I don't mind. I'm just going to enjoy myself. And he's gone 26 off of 6 deliveries. That's insane. What does Louis Bruce do? He's been the best batsman for Gibraltar, and he's just turned around and he's just like, I've probably just got to get a single now, haven't I?
Bombs, bombs, bombs. But yeah, I mean, that must have been impressive from the other end for Bruce to watch. That was some hitting from Stagno. And yeah, I mean, look, Bruce has just got to play this clever. Look, he's a clever lad. He makes good decisions usually. But I don't think he needs to change too much. He's come out in most games and played with really good intent from the start. Doesn't need to go aerial, needs to pick his shots. We've got Rahman who's going to take the other end now. We've seen Rahman bowl, and Rahman has 9 wickets to his name. So he's chasing kind of that top wicket taker for this tournament. Bruce has got to get this right as Rahman comes into bowl. Down onto the legs, clipped into leg side. Oh, it's just a chip, and it's a big, big wicket as Rahman takes his 10th of the tournament, and Bruce has to go.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate, really, because he only needed a few runs to get to the top scorer of the tournament, and it doesn't look as if he's going to do that, and that might be his name out of the MVP pocket. We don't know. We're not up to that, but that's good comeback from Fazal Rahman, and it brings the first wicket, 26 for 1.
Yeah, he didn't push it through as quick as he normally does there, Rahman. He drifted it onto the legs, and we've seen Bruce punish that bowling in the last few days. He just doesn't seem to follow through with the shot. It's just a chip shot into the leg side, isn't it?
Yeah, it didn't quite come away with it and didn't commit to it, really. It was a bit of a half-hearted shot. Of course, hadn't really faced anything before. That was just watching it from the other end. But, yeah, good catch by Jaspal Singh. Pretty simple, and, well, it's going to be an interesting one as Frioni comes in to face the next delivery.
Yeah, big wicket that. Bruce has been Jib's stand-out batter of this tournament so far. Cameron Stagner, though, has batted very, very well so far, and he had a really big innings against Portugal. Can he replicate that today? That's what he will be wondering. Freone in. Well, nice straight bat, just a defensive shot, sees off Raman's first ball to him. Now here's an individual who a lot of people we've seen in the chat, Gibraltarians, have been calling for. They want to see Julian Freone make some runs. It's his birthday. I mean, if he can get some runs today, what a birthday present that will be. Not just for him, but also for Gibraltar and anyone who is supporting Gibraltar. Rahman comes in with his third ball. Pushed into the offside by Freone. He's picked the gap well. There's a big chase on here from Sharma. He's going to get 2 runs for Freone. It's a nice little poke. And that's a good start from him.
That'll do his confidence a load of good, wouldn't it? Because he just struggled in that first game. But, yeah, of course, as you mentioned, on his birthday. He'll be hoping for a bit of birthday luck, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. And just needs to bat like he does in domestic level. He can bat Julian Freone. His statistics at international level aren't great. But I've seen him, and he does do well at domestic level. Again, it's one of those things of transferring things from a domestic game onto the international stage. And he'll be looking to do that here.
Here is Rahman then, as he comes in. And this gets up pretty well, but a good decision from Freone just to drop the hands and just making sure he stays out of the way of that one.
Yeah, drops the hands, little bit of movement off the seam from Faisal Rahman as he just dropped it back of a length.
Picked up 1 wicket already, has Rahman. Can he pick up another scout? Would be a big moment in the game, as that's another wide from Rahman.
Yeah, another wide from Rahman. He just doesn't try to do too much here. He's got a wicket with his first ball. We've seen him been very productive in terms of wickets this tournament. 4 bowled wickets the other day, which has gone up on our socials. An incredible spell bowling against this Gibraltarian team.
Here is Rahman. And again, getting this one to nip away. And Freone just having a conversation with Stagno, probably just saying, oh, fair enough. I think realistically, all that he needs to do here is just negotiate this over and then just find a way of getting out of it with being unscathed.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Rahman come back as he comes into Freone. Just again that nibble away off the seam, and Freone doesn't look comfortable against it. End of the over. Jib 29 for 1.
Good over from Rahman after the onslaught from Stagno. And in that first over, don't think we're going to see Varan Prasad again. That wouldn't surprise me. But this is the story so far, as you can see there. Malta, no wins from 5 games, and this is an opportunity for Malta here. They've done pretty well early on, apart from that first over. But Rahman's done well, dragged it back. No sign as if it's going to be Varan Prasad. It's going to be David Marks, who bowled pretty well, and in the previous game bowled well, caught a couple of wickets as well. But tell you what, Stagno, I reckon he might be trying to continue where he left off here. But you have to think as well that he also needs to play the long game.
Yeah, exactly. Look, this innings doesn't hinge on him, but it's going to be very, very important.
Stagno then just clips this leg side and doesn't quite get all of it. Should just be one. They take on the arm of Neres Khan. Freone, he's quick, and he gets through, and that'll be a good 2 to the total. Good bit of running between these two.
Yeah, these two have played a lot of cricket together over time. Grew up together as well in Gibraltar, and very good friends. So look, they're going to have good communication, or should have good communication, and they're going to look to really set this stall out for Jib and get the score running, get a nice base.
28 off 7 for Stagno at the moment. Shuffles down, swings, gets the Q end of the bat, and there is a man at third man, and that'll just be 1.
Yeah, just the 1. Dave Marks bowled. There's a little bit of chat between Stagno and Marks there. You know, there's been a bit of chirp, but it's been friendly chirp this week. But yeah, Marks bowled very, very well yesterday after coming back from a difficult kind of first few games. Took a really, really good wicket with an absolute ripper, which got Machado.
Yeah, it was a snurler of a delivery, and as Freone looking to face up Marks for the first time, of course, it'll be an interesting matchup. This, I think both of them will back themselves, and Freone could possibly looking to go over the top here. And this time into the offside. Hits this well, but straight to the fielder out in the deep. He picks him up pretty well for just one.
Very good shot from Freoni. I mean, if he picks anywhere other than the fielder, that's 4 runs. But he seems to have picked out that fielder perfectly out there.
Yeah, Yash Singh just didn't really have to move, and yeah, it was a pretty good stop though. Came at him hard and flat. Still had to cut it off. Stagno, 29 off 8 now. And goes again, and that will be another 6. It's in the slot, and it gets the treatment from Stagno, and he moves on to 35. And that is a lovely flow of the cricket bat.
Yeah, fantastic shot again. And I might just go and get my hard hat because there's balls coming very, very close to where we're landing. One of them in the first over came very close and came close to us in this score box. That one again coming down towards this area. He is hitting them well.
I'd love to know what a score box is. Anyway,
Score box.
David Marks, he's going to need a response. Some new cricket terminology coming at you straight from Joe Marples, ladies and gentlemen. David Marks then needs a response here. Stagno, 35 off 9. Slower ball, well bowled, just turned into the leg side, and will just be a single. It takes a bit of summing to bowl a slower ball to someone who's hitting you left, right, and centre out of the ground.
Yeah, very brave there from Marks to bowl the slow ball. Just pushed it wide of Austin, and Stagno just tries to drag it from the offside into the left leg, and yeah, didn't really connect with it, but gets a single from it, which will bring Freoni on strike for the last ball. As Marks comes in, that just inside the line, says Sebastian Maynard, and that will be the end of the third, 40 for 1.
Yeah, good start though again this for Gibraltar. I think he might have got away with that one, by the way, Mark. That looked as if it was going over and going outside the line, but not to be, and it's a dot ball to finish. And yeah, 40 for 1 then after 3, and well, they're definitely ahead of the run rate at the moment, are Gibraltar.
Yeah, ahead of the run rate, but they've got to make sure that they keep going. Look, we talk about wickets in power play. If they lose a couple of quick wickets here in the next 3, I think Malta will be feeling pretty good about themselves. But yeah, I mean, it's this man here, Rahman, who is probably the danger. And Stagno will know this after the last few days. And yeah, Jib are coming out firing, but just got to be wary of wickets as he takes a middle stump guard.
Yeah, to face a delivery from down this end, and this could be an interesting matchup here. The extra bit of pace, the strong Stagno at one end, and just squares him up a little bit.
Yeah, squares him up. Kind of, it was looking to like just work that into the leg side, flick it round the corner. Didn't really get onto it well, and just a dot ball. Good start again from Rahman in his second over of the game. Only gone for 3 runs at the minute. And most importantly, got that really important wicket of Louis Bruce.
Yeah, no, that's the big scalp. Of course, he's up with the top run scorers in this tournament, and was really looking to probably kick on and convert into a nice score hit once again here, but it wasn't meant to be. This extra bit of pace and a nip away, and that first step away for Stagno is where he went wrong in the initial shot here, and should have just come across and played it nicely through the offside, but opting for that leg side.
Yeah, opting for that leg side, moves his front leg out of the way. It's a poor shot in the end as he tries to swipe one across the line. Got to be careful here against Rahman, because Rahman is a very clever bowler, and he'll be targeting these wickets.
Stagno, 36 for him. And gets done up again. That's a peach of a delivery from Fazal Rahman. He has been a serious positive note. We talk about a few positives coming from this tournament for Malta. He is the standout.
Absolutely. Look, as a debut tournament, you couldn't have really asked more from Rahman as a bowler. He's taken wickets. He's bowled well. I mean, yeah, going forward, especially having lost their 2 main seamer bowlers, Bilal Mohammed and Wasim Abbas, for this tournament, if they can add him amongst the mix, this bowling attack for Malta going forward could be very, very good.
Rahman. Toe end of the bat. It's gone up. Opportunity. Niraj Khanna underneath it. Takes it. And it is that man, Rahman, gets the breakthrough, and Stagno's fun comes to an end. He goes for 36, goes for one too many. Toe end of the bat, straight up in the air. Niraj Khanna, he called it early. He takes the catch, and it's another wicket to fall. The second wicket down. Gibraltar 40 for 2.
Yeah, 2 wickets now for Rahman, as again we see Stagno move that front leg out of the way as he looks to go big. This time it just goes straight up in the air, and that man there on your screen is very, very happy. And Niraj Khanna takes the catch, Rahman takes the wicket.
Stagno goes, and Latin comes out at number 4. And, well, do you know what? I'd love to see the celebrations from Malta if they got a victory here. It'd be as if they'd won the World Cup if they were to get a win here in the last game. They would have had to have waited 4 days, but it could happen here. It certainly is on. They've got 2 early breakthroughs. The run rate is a slight issue, but again, if they bog down and get some early wickets, because you have to remember, is Avinash Pai gonna bat? Of course, can't bat until later on due to him coming off after his 4 overs, so probably won't bat until around that sort of 15 over mark. But again, will he come in? If he comes in, is he going to be able to have a full go at it? It's a question that you've got to ask. Then you look at the likes of Andrew Reyes, Kenroy Nestor maybe going to have to stand up, as is Hatchman and maybe Zammit as well. And again, this isn't as straightforward for Gibraltar. It's a good total from Malta, 165 as Latin is in to face his first delivery. He does well, just fends that away, and Rahman at the moment 2 for 3 off of 1.5.
Yeah, really good bowling once again from Rahman as he looks to finish his tournament in style. He's now moved on to 11 wickets. And just to put that into some context, MD Siraj Nippo, who currently tops the chart, only has 12. So only 1 behind the leading wicket taker for this week.
Here's Rahman then, looking to finish off his second over. And he won't do it, because that will be a wide. Signalled by umpire Sunil.
Yep, wide ball, just pushes, it gets that away movement again, but pitches it kind of on that blue line, and it'll just move away, and he'll have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, got that one wrong, didn't he? Just that's just the miss for him. He just keeps letting one go astray. And he continues on here. Does Rahman, trying to get out of this over. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. That's come off the bat of Ian Latin, by the way. He's tried to duck out. Has that been given as leg byes? No way. That's come off the bat, surely. Take a look at the replay here. I'm pretty certain that this has come off the bat, by the way. That's come off the bat. That should be runs. That's got to be changed. I want to see that change. That's got to be. There we go. It's changed. That's the best shot. That's so good. The team had 0 clue about that one. But that gets signalled as 4, and that'll be a 4 to end the over. Gibraltar, 45 for 2.
There's another one for the socials. That is a fantastic shot. Not that he knew anything about it, mind you. He's tried to duck out the way of that. I initially thought, has that come off his helmet? But no, it's come off the bat. As we have a look again, Latin just ducking out the way, leaves the bat kind of hanging. And he's just glided it through the slip cordon. Unintentionally, of course. But, yeah, brilliant. Look at this. Not happy. Wow.
Ducking out of the way and just doesn't want to know anything about it. He somehow runs it down to the vacant third man. And Gibraltar then 45 for 2. Mark's going to continue on here. Frioni, to get a boundary under his name. And that's, it's fishing outside off, really.
Yeah, fishing, just dangling the bat there, not playing the shot confidently enough. Kind of just prods at it. Kind of not really a forward defence and not really a drive. He's got to have confidence here, Frioni. He's only 3 off 8. I know he's not had much exposure this week to these bowlers, but he's got to play these shots with confidence.
Here is Marks then, up against Frioni once more. And again, no foot movement, just getting stuck. No movement whatsoever, and that's really where he struggles, is anything outside that off stump. He doesn't get that foot forward and just gets stuck on the crease, and it's just all hands, and the hands get left out, and that's where you find little edges that feather through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here is Marks then. He's asking the right questions, not this time, but he's getting in that corridor of uncertainty, which is exactly where Frioni struggles.
Yeah, just unnerving Frioni a little bit. I think the lack of runs and probably the lack of exposure to the bowlers this week, he's just looking a little bit nervous out there. But, he can come good. And he's a big hitter of the ball as well.
And this time, leg side. And that was probably just trying to tempt him into playing a shot there, really. But misses out.
Yeah, just pushes this one down leg side, doesn't he? I mean, trying to overdo it there, Marks. And He'll add an extra. I mean, you don't want to bowl extras in any form of the game, but extras can prove costly. So just needs to rein this in, Marks. Gibbo going at a decent run rate. It's just those wickets which will just as we edge toward the power play, which might worry them.
And again, this time off the pad, and they will just come through for a leg bye. I think Seb was just asking, just saying, you didn't get a little tickle on that, did you? I don't think you did. And no, I didn't think you did. I think I was just straight onto the pad, and yeah, there we go. Just a leg bye. You can see at this stage, though, Malta 25 for 1 at this point. And yeah, that big over, although Stagno's gone, he was already destructive enough. He almost eliminated that last over, really, out of the question. Here is Marks again, though. A bit of away movement, but that's nicely struck. And straight to Yash Singh. I reckon it's a bit of time for Yash Singh. I reckon it could be a good opportunity for him to come on now and have a bowl. He's bowled well when he has.
Yeah, he's normally come on just after the power play, hasn't he? And he's really tied batsmen up, taking some important wickets as well. Just going back to that point, Stagno did his job. That's what he got sent in for, to be destructive, and wiped out that last over from Prasath.
This time finds a bit of wood, and this is going to run away. And this will be 4 runs off the bat of Julian Ferreni. Finally gets some runs, and well, that opens up his account for the evening. And that's a good way to end the over. 5 overs down. And it's not 5 overs down. It's still 1 delivery left. Well, that's coming up tomorrow, but we're going to have to come back to what's going on here, as everyone was a little bit too excited there. Sorry, that was my fault. As Marks needs a response here now. Short, and just dropped down. He does get the response. It's a dot ball. And at the end of 5 overs, it is still 52 for 2. And this is what is coming up tomorrow. We make our way down towards, definitely up towards Austria in Vienna. Rico, he's probably already there as Cricketer CC take on Snazzy in game number 1. That's at 9:30 Central European time, 1 o'clock out in India, and 7:30 GMT. Certainly looking forward to that. Vinny joins Rico from day 2 onwards. Vinny travelling from Milan tomorrow. But yeah, plenty of cricket coming up. We move to then Bulgaria after that, and more cricket as well throughout the summer.
Yeah, and looking forward to it, as should see some really good cricket along this kind of calendar year. And you're heading out to Bulgaria, aren't you?
Yep, I'll be there from day 1 with Rico, as I have a feeling I might end up doing a day on my own if that's the case. I'm just doing the maths in my own head, but that'll be fine. I don't mind. Here is Rahman continuing 2 for 8 off his first 2. And this is up and gone. And Lateen goes, and it's another wicket for Rahman. And that is a sensational bit of bowling. Well, it's not really, because it's a full toss, and Lateen just scoops it up. And it's another wicket to go. And all of a sudden, things looking a little bit scary for Gibraltar. Malta looking still for their first victory, 52 for 3 for Gibraltar.
Yeah, 52 for 3 now, and yeah, we talked about those wickets in the power play. Gibraltar now down 3 in this power play. Lateen, that is a huge wicket, by the way. Doesn't quite get this one right, Rahman. Bit too full, bit of full toss, but low full tosses are hard to play, and that's the toe end of the bat of Lateen. So we just look at those figures: 3 wickets for 8 runs, and that is his 12th wicket now. He is level with MD Nippo at the top of those bowling charts.
He's trying to get there, isn't he? I wonder if he actually knows that. He probably isn't too bothered. He's probably just thinking about what's in front of him at the moment, but he's got big wickets and he's got big scalps with the likes of Lateen and also the likes of Bruce. But by the way, this is the usual opening partnership for sloggers here in the domestic game, as it's Zamet joining Frioni out in the middle, and these two, they've got a lot of runs to get still.
A lot of runs to get, and yeah, run rate's fine. The concerning thing will be the fall of these wickets. We've seen when Jim have come kind of good with the bat, especially in those first few days, they were able to set up that nice partnership at the top of the innings without losing a wicket, normally kind of guided by Avinash Pai and Lou Bruce. That hasn't happened here today, and with 3 wickets down, Jim will just be wary that this could escalate and turn into a collapse.
Here we go then. Here is Zamet on strike, and he just lets this one flow through.
Yeah, just has a little look at the first ball. He'll be another individual who will want to impress in this final game. Not as much of a chance as probably maybe he'd have hoped for this week, but here is his time to have a little bit of a shine and, you know, win the game for Jib.
Here we go then. Zamet gets to get off the mark. Just a single delivery for him so far, and again, just letting this one flow through. Giving himself time, and well, if it pays off, it's going to look really good. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one. It's a nice looking leave, though.
Yeah, very nice looking leave. Not too dissimilar to those you see on a county level pitch or a test match against a red ball. Not so more common against the white, but Zamet will continue.
This time, flat batted down the ground of Jas Singh, and Zamet is off the mark with that one down the ground.
Yeah, Zamet's a very powerful batter, and as we see here, he's trying to just push this off the back foot. Bit of a slap in the end, only the one run for it, but I've seen him very strong, Zamet, off his front foot, and very strong straight down the ground.
These two then at the crease. Frione, came in at number 3. He's seen his playing partners go before him. He's got to really go for it now, as he's got 2 deliveries left to face here, and again fishing, and again no foot movement, getting stuck. Seems to be just struggles against the extra bit of pace.
Yeah, he's just watching it there, and as you say, just gets his feet a little bit stuck, dangles the bat a little bit, pulls it away the last minute, as Rahman is causing problems in this Jib batting lineup. He's still got 1 over to go as well. Well, 1 over and this final ball of the third, as he comes in again.
And again, that first movement is away out of the line of the ball, and that's where he's getting wrong. You see here, look at this front foot. Back foot goes, but that front foot then comes away, and he gets completely squared up, and he just doesn't seem as if he's able to match it at the moment. And it's another good over for Fazil Rahman. And at the end of the over, end of the 6 over, and end of the power play, Gibraltar are 53 for 3.
Yeah, as we just have a little look at the run rates here, as well, look at that.
That spike's ridiculous.
It's well, you talked about Mount Everest earlier. That is Mount Everest. It's literally over the 25 mark in the first over, and then it's just collapsed, hasn't it, downwards?
That's the Gibraltar Rock, actually.
It does. I mean, that's a good comparison as well. It does have a little look at the Gibraltar Rock.
That's why they pay me the big bucks, Joe. Trust me. As it looks, it's going to be Mughal is going to come on here, and he's going to come in for the first over after the power play. We'll see if he gets more than just 2 overs. He's bowled really well throughout this tournament, it does have to be said. And looking to try and come off here and maybe just pick up a wicket or 2.
Yeah, bowled really well alongside Rahman this week. And yeah, I mean, if you're Malta looking at positives from this week, Mughal and Rahman will be definitely 2 of them. And yeah, I'd like to see him get his full commitment of overs, because he has bowled exceptionally well. And 2 new batters here at the crease, just looking a little bit nervy, a little bit kind of stuck. And as we see Mughal come in for this first ball.
And just starts with a bit of a loosen up outside the off stump.
Yeah, a bit of a loosen outside that off stump there. We've seen that a few times from him. I mean, he doesn't go for many runs, but he does tend to bowl a couple of wides. The hard thing is actually getting bat on ball when he does get it right. If we just look, required run rate of 8 and over. So, you know, this is definitely Malta's game at the minute.
And again, this time just Dean to have been sneaking in inside that blue line. So, survives as Mughal doesn't get penalised. And I've seen them given.
Yeah, I've seen them given, but I think that's probably the right call for me. I think you've got to give the bowler the benefit of that. It looked like it just crept inside.
No question of this one, and he's gone. Zamet, his debut tournament for Gibraltar, and it's not going down too well at the moment, and that will be his last involvement. He goes for 1 off of 5, and Mughal does pick up a wicket. That's a serious delivery. Bit of in movement, then swings away. Zamet with a poor shot selection, trying to go leg side, misses it entirely. And he goes, and another wicket goes. Gibraltar struggling, 54 for 4.
That is an absolute snorter, by the way. Mughal with an absolute cracker. That has looked like it's going to move inwards, and then all of a sudden it's moved away and leapt off the pitch as well. Zamet's gone to kind of hit it into this leg side, and I mean, well, he's feathered it through to the keeper, but what a ball from Mughal.
Yeah, it's tough. Looks a bit like a defeated camp at the moment. It's been a long couple of days, 4 days to be exact, of cricket, and just looks as if it might be taking more of a mental note of, or a mental effect rather, on Gibraltar. But yeah, it looks as if they're struggling at the moment, and they're just looking for someone to come in and just put their head down at the moment.
Yeah, struggling to find people to get runs with the bat, and with Bruce losing his wicket first, it's always going to be difficult.
Wow, Kenroy Nestor up in the air, hasn't got the legs, opportunity, oh, it's put down as two were converging to meet in the middle, as that's Ryan Bastian's down at long on, and Kenroy Nestor not waiting to have a go and just skying this up in the air, bit of a 9-iron, but yeah, drop goes down, and there's a tough chance for Bastians.
Tough chance for Bastian's diving forward, but that hasn't gone anywhere. We know Kenroy Nestor can hit a really long ball, but that one didn't go anywhere. Only just broke over the circle. Went high, but nowhere. Anyway, end of the over. We find Gibraltar. Oh, no, not end of the over.
No way near.
Nowhere near. What am I looking at? Anyway.
Continuing again, and this time is just open the face from Frione, and is just another dot ball. Frione chewing up deliveries now. 7 off of 15 for him.
Yep. And Mughal, as we said, very dangerous bowl. He's bowled really well this tournament so far. Only 2 runs from his 4 balls so far, and he's taken that wicket of Zamet.
Here is Mughal then. And a bit of swing and just punched offside, and Yash Singh will do the work, and it'll be another single.
Yep, another single. Freyoni just pushing that one out into the point region. Takes the single. Kenroy Nestor isn't going to hang around. We saw that from first ball that he's going to try and attack things. Not sure if that's a wise decision against Mughal, who is a very canny bowler. But we do know that this man here, the big man from St. Lucia, can go big.
Kenroy Nestor then. A bit of touch from Keynes, and that's excellent. Bit of fielding, superb from the man down at third man. Really good bit of play there, and to get down and cut that off, that's really good.
Yeah, really good piece of fielding down there. And they're just a bit of a, well, not really, I mean, a few days ago, this Malta side looked almost defeated. Looked like they wanted to go home. You could just feel it in the field. And now there's just that bit of extra zip as we do finally get to the end of the 7th, 57 for 4.
Darshit Patanka was the man out doing the work there, as Nestor's asking for his cap to be taken off. I don't think he really needs one in the darkness, as it looks as if we were waiting for it. It is going to be Yash Singh to come into the attack. And I think he could be asking a few questions, and Kenroy Nestor could be, you know what's going to happen. I think it could be a little bit of either 6 or out for Keynes.
Yeah, and this could be a really interesting part of the game now. A really crucial part of the game as well, with Gibraltar just starting to those runs starting to dry up, and wickets been lost. 109 needed off 78 balls. That required run rate creeping up. Yash Singh very tight and economical normally as well.
Yash Singh just waiting to get his field set. He's got a long on, long off, and a deep mid wicket, and also a deep square leg. As he's got Kenroy Nestor in his sights. Keynes goes big leg side, and that will go all the way. That's 6, and that's a valuable boundary for Keynes. That's certainly going to do his confidence a wealth of good, but it's also going to do a wealth of good to Gibraltar's total. Moves into the 60s with that damage into that leg side.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what Kenroy Nestor can do. He's such a big hitter, and with that short boundary on that leg side, I said at the start of the week that it was a dangerous option to bowl spin from that end. Yash Singh has generally bowled well from that end, but yeah, if he gets it wrong here to Kenroy Nestor, this is going to go the distance. Yeah,
too short, bit of a loosener from Yash Singh. He's going to require a response here to Kenroy Nestor. Goes short this time, doesn't find the middle of the bat. Will just be clothed down the ground. That'll be 1 as it brings Fiona back on strike, who's 8 off 16, going up 50s at the moment. Needs to find the next gear, doesn't he?
Yeah, he needs to start to push on now, Frone. He's had that nice little start. He's got which he needs to get his eye in, but now he needs to start to push on and look for his scoring options. And needs to find the middle of that bat.
Against the spin of Yash Singh. Just a pause in play, just not too sure as to why, but ready to continue on. 8 off 16 for Frioni. And again, just dropped into the offside. And another dot ball for Julian Frione at the moment on his birthday. Don't think he was expected to be facing as many dot balls when he woke up this morning on his 28th birthday.
Kept that birthday very, very quiet. Not many people knew about it. I think he was just trying to
get through it as quiet as possible.
Yeah, I'm probably focused on today's game, to be honest.
As he should be. And just turns, leg side, they drop and run, and that's good bit of running. And they do make it home pretty safely in the end.
Yeah, Kenroy Nesta calls Frione through. Okay. Yeah, had to get the skates on there, Frione. I mean, a direct hit would have been very, very close. But yeah, Kenroy Nesta knows that this Gibraltar team are just going to have to try and keep up with the run rate as it slows up here.
Manav Nayak in the chat saying the Caribbean Power. Probably referring to that 6 that he had a while back. But if he can't, he looks as if he's had a long tournament. I think they're ready for their flight home at some point. Here is Keynes up against Singh though. And he swings hard, does Nestor. In classic Keynes power. And it's an inside edge for 1.
Yeah. Big swing, doesn't get hold of it, does he? And it kind of just squirts out into the leg side. Afikhan going and collecting it. Bit of a smile and a grimace at the same time from Nesta. 1 ball to come in this one. It's been a solid start from Yash Singh. 9 runs from it. It was that big 6 from Nesta was, well, really needed.
Full toss and given. That's a superb catch. Down low to Bastian's left. And Frione just couldn't get things going. And I think there's a little bit of a send-off as well. And Frione not a fan of it. And it does mean that he goes. And it seems to be possibly just boiling over out in the middle. But the wicket goes. Frione couldn't get going. And it does mean that Gibraltar now 66 for 5.
Yeah, really good catch, but I mean, full toss. Julian Frione was looking to go big there, gets it off the bottom of the bat. Still, it had to be a really good catch close in from Bastian's. But yeah, I think the bit of a tension's boiling over at the end with a little send off. But I think for Frione, I think probably a little bit of frustration at himself as well.
Yeah, just couldn't get things going. End of the over then, 66 for 5 after 8 overs. And it's going to be the introduction of Amar Sharma coming from this end. And, well, Richard Hatchman comes out to the middle, and this is a pretty tough position to be in for Gibraltar now. And Malta, looking like they could go on to get their first victory here. It certainly is a possibility, more than probably we've seen throughout this tournament.
Yeah, they're in the driving seat, and look, they need to get this across the line now and go home with that final victory win. That plane flight tomorrow or tonight or wherever it's going to be will feel a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, they'll want to take something from this tournament. At the moment, they're going back empty-handed, and yeah, they're just going to try and get this one over line. I mean, you look at what's still left to come for Gibraltar. You got Andrew Reyes, Samath Potter, Cabin Woodputty, and if possible, Avinash Pai, but he doesn't look as if he's in any rush. I'm looking at his kit. Doesn't think he's got his kit on either, so I don't think we'll be seeing him. So Malta, a couple of wickets away possibly from a win here.
Yeah, and a very big win as well. After the performances this week, they have come good in this final game, both with bat and ball.
Yeah, the thing is, you look at the scores in this innings at 3 overs, 40 for 1, and in the next 5 they've gone to 66 for 5. Here is Sharma. This is hit well from Nestor into the offside. Good bit of work from Patankar, and that will just be 2 runs.
Yep, 2 runs to Nestor. He looks to be playing quite confidently, which is good to see. With him still at the crease, there is definitely a possibility that Gibraltar will be able to chase this down, but they'll need him to stay there for a long time here.
Nestor up in the air and just over the man inside. That's going to race away. That looks as if that was Mughal, who's on the 45 angle, and he just gets it over. Bit of an outside edge, but it's still 4 nonetheless.
Yeah, so Mughal took a really good catch earlier in this innings. That one was just over his head. kind of nowhere near it. Kenroy Nesta going very, very hard at the ball, takes a big top edge and over the top. And yeah, 4 runs to his score.
Needs a response then to Sharma. What's he got up his sleeve? Has he got a trick? Goes wider, and that's not being called. Yeah, that's a tricky one, and Nesta not happy with himself. Feels as if he's missed out on a wider delivery. But Sharma gets through it again. And again, this time offside, and this should be cut off. And they're going to take on the arm, and Nesta's pretty quick. That'll be a pretty quick 2 again. Pretty simple.
Yeah, very good running from Nesta, and that's what Gib are going to need to do. If you don't get a boundary, you're going to have to push these tired Maltese fielders, start to grind them down with 2s. I mean, Kenroy Nesta is no slouch. He used to, back in his heyday, I believe, used to be a sprinter for St. Lucia.
Oh, well, there you go. The more you know. Sharma looking to carry on here. Nesta 18 off 9. Leg side, that's huge! That's into the stand again. Nestor, he's finally getting his chance and he's finally cashing in. He's had a few, and all of a sudden, if he gets going, this could be an interesting game. Nice shot, 2 full, and it's in the slot.
You do not bowl there to this man. That is huge, as we see one of the fans in the stadium just look to maybe get out of the way of that as that came rocketed towards her. Fantastic shot from Nestor. And he just looks, I don't want to jinx it, he looks in a bit of a mood here, does Kenroy Nesta.
Oh no, Joe. Oh no. Here is Sharma. Needs a response. Oh, he's just Nestor having a little conversation, saying, stay there, ball, stay away. End of the over. Good over for Gibraltar. And at the end of the... What's he doing there? End of 9 overs, Gibraltar 80 for 5.
Yeah, fantastic from Nesta there with some really big shots once again. But yeah, fantastic. Such a character. And as we have a little look at the scoreboard here, or score chart, should I say. Yeah, not great viewing. Apart from that onslaught from Kieran Stagno at the start of 36 off 14 balls, no one else has really troubled the scorers. However, Kenroy Nesta, 24 not out of the minute. He has taken this game and he will want to really start to push on and really take control.
Well, you need someone to stick around with him, that's the thing. And Richard Hatchman, he's going to be hoping that he can try and do so. He's facing Singh now. Oh, and this one turned into the leg side. It's going to run away. I don't know if it's got the legs. I don't think it's going to have enough to keep going, but it will come back for 2. Well, Nesta wanted 3. I don't think Hatchman was up for 3 there.
Yeah, I mean, Hatchman isn't known for his running, unlike Nesta, who definitely wanted the 3rd there. Gets turned back. I don't think Hatchman's the kind of player... Actually, I know Hatchman's not the kind of player to hang around. He is 6 or out, this guy. And he can hit it big, by the way.
Here is Hatchman then. He's facing Yash Singh, who's picked up 1. Will be trying to pick up another. Sure, and again, this time around the corner. That one almost goes under him there, but that'll just be 1. Brings Nesta on strike with that favoured leg side boundary, the short leg side boundary coming into play.
Yeah, and that's where Kenroy Nesta will be targeting against the spin of Yash Singh. Yash Singh, on the other hand, will be looking to just tempt Kenroy Nesta, obviously, into playing the shot, but getting him out, because he is now a massive, massive wicket, which could be proved to be decisive.
Throws it wide, and that looked to me as if that was within the line. Nesta just saying, I think I should have hit that. Zafi Khan just says, yeah, it's fine. Does a little sneaky little move in and says, no, this is where I took it, I swear. But Nesta again, 24 off 12 now. Down the ground, hit firmly. This will take some cutting off. He won't. That'll be another boundary, 4 more. And again, Nestor moves on to 28. He's had to wait for a few chances. He's had a few, not taken many of them, but he looks like he's going to try and come good here.
Yeah, and look, that's a really powerful shot, and it's confidently hit down the ground along the floor, and it's another 4 runs as Nesta starts to really turn the screws on this Maltese attack.
The thing is, when Nestor starts going, it's tough to stop him. He's like a freight train. It's really hard to get him to put the brakes on, and yeah, moves on to 28 with that shot, and needs to keep going now. Needs to keep Gibraltar alive. Again, down the ground, and this will be 6 runs Varun Prasath isn't able to keep the ball in play. And again, Nestor looking, and he's playing with fire. And he teetering on the edge of danger. That's a 6 more to the total.
Yeah, powerfully hit straight, but it goes very, very high. This should be taken, as Prasath is a very tall man. He can't get his hands to it. And I mean, how decisive could that a moment be?
And this is that's a big opportunity missed. Possibly could have passed it along to Mughal, who was coming in as well to help him, but just wasn't able to do so. Needs a response to Singh. It's full again. This time drag leg side should just be one. Will be. Nestor keeps the strike. Good over again for Gibraltar, fighting their way back. 10 overs down. Halfway stage, 94 for 5.
Yeah, and that over again, some really big shots from Nestor. Be interesting to see come the end of this game how decisive that drop will be as we have a little look towards the next week as we head to Austria, 8th to the 19th of May.
Just in case you haven't heard it already. It's yeah, that's where we're going tomorrow. That starts at 7:30 GMT, 9:30 Central European Time, and 1 o'clock out in India. Do tune into that tomorrow on Fan Code out in the subcontinent in India or on the ECN, European Cricket Network YouTube channel. But it's got a match up here. Nestor, he's finally getting some run under his belt. He's a little bit like Varun Prasath. He's had chances, but hasn't really taken them, and he's finally found the middle of the bat. But again, it's only taken him nine matches.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that is Kenroy Nestor, and I've got an expression for him which I probably won't be able to use on camera. But he is, when he does come good, he is very, very good. And when he's bad, he's very, very bad. There's kind of no in-between with Kenroy Nestor when it comes to his batting. He's either very sublime, or not sublime. If that's the best way I can put it, for the expression I'm not allowed to use on camera.
Copy that. It's, Mughal had a good first over, went for just 4, picked up a wicket as well, picked up the good scalp as well in the likes of Brian Zammit, went for just 1 off 5 deliveries. A poor tournament for him, has to be said. Same for Julian Ferroni, hasn't been able to come good. Here is Nestor, though. Full and gone offside opportunity, and it's taken, and it is a good catch in the end for Darshit Patanka, and the big wicket, the big man, Keynes, he goes, and it wasn't without trying, was it? He goes for a well-made 35 off 16. But with that wicket, you may just wonder if that's the hopes of Gibraltar smashed by Malta. And it's the 6th wicket down. And at the end of Nestor's innings, it's 94 for 6.
Yeah, big sigh of relief goes around this Maltese camp as Nestor just stretches for one, kind of gets it off the toe end, doesn't get it to the distance of that boundary. And it's a really good catch out there from Patanka under pressure, having seen Kenroy Nestor already dropped.
Yep, doesn't go on to cost them too many, as Reyes is the man who will come out at number 8. And yeah, you still look at, well, what's left to come. You've got Samath Bodda, Kaved Midpidi, and an injured one-legged Avinash Pai, who has put his kit on. So I don't think he's going to be doing much running, but he's still powerful. He can still hit a ball, but again, it's not going to be easy, as they're just checking on a couple things. I do apologise for the pause in play.
Yeah, Avinash Pai will definitely bat. Well, I say that now, but I do believe he will bat. I don't know what really is going on here. There's a discussion with Varun Prasath in the middle. I'm not too sure what about. He doesn't look too happy. Not too sure. I don't know whether or not it's just checking to see if the fielder who's on should be on. Is that what it is?
I think it might be. I'm just trying to get confirmation as to what's happening. And I think the issue may be that they didn't tell. I don't think they actually made the umpires aware that Patanka was on the field. And I don't think it's going to come to anything else. It's going to be okay for now. But yeah, a bit of confusion there, but yeah, that was that's Patanka who took that, and means that Reyes will come out in at number 8. Good evening to Vinny Sandu, joins us in the chat. And, well, Vinny, you join us at an interesting time. Gibraltar, they're coming at an interesting moment of the game. 94 for 6 here, and Malta, well, they were under a bit of pressure in the first 2 overs, but since then, it's been all Malta really, taking wickets at the right intervals, and yeah, it's interesting now as it's going to be Reyes to face up here.
Yeah, Mughal to come into Reyes then.
And that one, well, this time is given a wide, and he's been given a few, and that one is signalled.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Like we said, I know it's only the start of his over here, Mughal, but he's got to surely bowl through today, hasn't he? He's surely got to be given 4. I mean, we've seen over the last few days, he only gets 2 overs, even though he's very economical, gets wickets. Got to be given more than 2.
Oh, that's a proper delivery. Reyes was just left dangling the bat outside off stump and missing out there, and it just flies past the outside edge for a dot ball.
Yeah, another dot ball, but look, run rate isn't particularly the issue at the minute for Jib. They only need just over 7s, but the big problem they have is those wickets. 6 down. Who's going to get the runs without losing their own wicket? As Mughal comes in again, just past the outside edge of the bat of Reyes, who just kind of prods at one. It's not really what he wants to do. He scored a really nice score in the first day against Portugal, ably supporting Kieran Stagner, of course. And he'll want to finish on a high as well with the bat.
Yeah, no, he will. And this run rate isn't anything crazy. It's just the wickets column that's the issue at the moment. And what's to come? This is driven nicely, and could be a mix-up here. A direct hit would have been gone. Hatchman living life on the edge. Bit of yes, no, maybe. They meet in the middle, and Reyes just saying, well, I didn't ask for anything. And Hatchman probably just saw the shot and turned around and went straight away. And you can see there as Hatchman just kind of started running for no reason. But a direct hit would have been gone.
Yeah, miles gone as well. And, you know, these two aren't the kind of same build as someone like Kenron Nesta. Quick singles probably aren't really their game as Mughal comes in again.
And again, just pushed. And again, it's a similar occasion. Hatchman and Reyes under a lot of pressure, it has to be said. And just seems as if it's going to boil over at some point here. And there's been a couple mix-up, or 2 mix-ups in 2 deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just a bit of pressure building. They can't really afford to throw the wickets away here as well, Jib, especially with Avinash Pai questionable whether he'll bat with that injury, as Mughal will look to finish the over.
And that won't do it. That'll be a wide down the leg side. Yeah, Avinash Pai, if I use my better than 2020 vision, is putting pads on. He is putting some pads on, and he's just going to come out and swing, surely. It looks as if Kabir Mudpuri is taking a leaf out of Nikhil Advani's book and is having some shadow batting. And this time wide, and it will be pushed for what should just be a single, and there it will be. 97 for 6 after 11.
Excellent over once again from Mughal. Finish his 2 overs so far with only 7 runs from it and 2 very, very important wickets. Kenroy Nesta was flying at that point, and a brilliant catch from Patanka. As we have a look at some of the bowling figures there, and as you can see, Fanya Mughal once again the pick of the bowlers alongside that man, Faisal Rahman. 12 wickets now, joint leading wicket taker in this tournament. We'll probably see him again at some point in this innings, and that could just prove to be decisive.
It could be. It could be a really important spell, and it's not easy at the moment. And for Malta, they really just need to keep applying the squeeze. That's what they've got to do, and that's exactly what they're going to do, as it is going to be Faisal Rahman who's going to come back into the attack.
Well, I just mentioned him, and they're going to bring him back early. I think they sense blood here, don't they, Malta? They are going in for the kill. A couple more wickets, and this could just put Gibraltar to bed. So Faisal Rahman coming into the attack for his final over, having only gone for 9 runs, but picking up those 3 vital wickets at the top of that innings.
Yeah, no, that was a serious bit of work from him, and it's just been an incredible bit of bowling for him throughout the entire tournament. It really has been rather sensational from him.
Yeah, as we just wait here for the get-go, as Rahman will start his run-up.
Here he comes then, back into the attack, got an over left. And this could be gone, and yeah, he's out. And it's the 4th wicket for Rahman, and that leads him to the top of the wicket takers in this tournament, and he has been a breath of fresh air in a side that struggled so much throughout the tournament. Faisal Rahman picks up his 13th wicket, and Andrew Reyes, he has to go, and that's 7 down now, 97 for 7.
Yeah, fantastic performance once again by Faisal Rahman with the ball. We saw him the other day kind of rip through that Gibraltar batting lineup, hitting the wickets. Today he's got a bit of everything, and that is another corker of a delivery. And Reyes just can't get his bat down on it. A little bit of away nip, and it'll just hit him plumb in front.
Yep, Kevin Midputty comes out to the middle, and after him there'll probably be Samath Bodat, and then apart from that, it'll be Avinash Pai, who is hopping along on one leg, and after that, it will just be a sense of hope, really, if Pai comes out, and well, he might be able to play the innings of a lifetime on one leg. You never know, though, because these two, well, they certainly can bat. Hatchman, we've seen it do it before at the domestic level. Midputty as well, but they need to find something somewhere, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know we go and have a look at, as we just wait for Midputty to get his guard. If Malta performed better this week, would we be looking at Rahman as the MVP?
You'd have to ask the question. Again, not up to us, though. Thank the Lord. Here is Rahman. And just squares him up entirely. And they'll come through for a single. Rahman a little bit frustrated with himself.
Yeah, a little bit frustrated as they drop and run on that one. Midputty, yeah, tail ender if there ever has been one, but he'll know his job here. Hatchman, it's on him to hit the big shots. Midputty will just look to rotate the strike.
And here is Hatchman, just taking his guard again, 3 off 2. He's watched a couple of people go in front of him, and at the moment, this is just proving to be a tough time for them again. And Hatchman is being sat on the sidelines for the majority of this tournament. He could be making a name for himself here. And Rahman. Good bowling again, good delivery, nice and full. He's looking for that fifer, by the way.
Yeah, looking for a fifer here as we see Hatchman just lose his shape. One thing I'd say about Hatchman, can hit a big shot, but he's got to keep that head still. Got to keep that head still, keep that body still, and hit through the line of the ball. If he loses that shape, he'll probably end up getting bowled here.
Hatchman then, could he be the 5th victim for Rahman? He comes in then. And this time does hold his shape a little bit. Plays it with a nice straight bat, and it will again be another dot ball. But yeah, Gibraltar just getting nipped away every single time a wicket goes down a little. That hope just diminishes ever so slightly, doesn't it?
Yeah, wickets have been a big problem for Gib today. They lost Lou Bruce early off his first ball, and it's been a tail of the tape, hasn't it?
Rahman again up in the air and just evades the outstretched hand of the man in the covers, and that will be a boundary. Nice shot from Hatchman, just gets it to evade. That looks as if that's Yash Singh, and that will be a nice boundary, a welcome boundary for Gibraltar.
Welcome boundary once again, and Hatchman goes into that leg side. Doesn't hit it as cleanly as he wanted to. There's thoughts of maybe it being a catching chance, but it goes over the top, and he'll get 4 runs as Gib passed the 100 mark.
Still a long way to go, though, isn't there? 64 needed off 49 at the moment. Wicket's the issue, though, last delivery. And this has been hit offside and shouldn't go all the way. It should be 2, won't be, will just be 1. Hatchman will keep the strike. And an excellent spell from Faisal Rahman comes to an end. 4 for 15 off his 4 overs. And he will finish the leading wicket taker in this tournament.
Well bowled, sir. That is an incredible debut tournament for Faisal Rahman. Gibraltar there on 103 for 7 after 12. But Faisal Rahman, what a performance from him in a difficult circumstances in a Maltese side which isn't performing that well and are missing a few key opening line bowlers. He has come good, and I mean 13 wickets from 6 games is some return.
Yeah, it's pretty decent for Faisal Rahman, and I'm sure it's not the last that we'll see of him in a Maltese shirt. Of course, it was a big time for him to step up, wasn't it? Losing, having no Bilal Mohammed and Wasim Abbas at the top of the innings for Malta. And he's come in and he's really made a name for himself here today. Well, not just today, but also throughout the tournament. It's been really a bit of a breath of fresh air for Malta as they've struggled throughout this tournament, looking, though, as if they could potentially come away with a single victory. And that'll just make this trip a little bit sweeter, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it'll make that flight home tomorrow a hell of a lot easier. And we've got our wish. Mughal will get more than 2 overs.
Here he is then. And a wild swing from Hatchman, and it's a dot ball to start.
Yeah, Mughal just pushing it across the batsman, as we know he likes to do, inside that line. That's really good bowling once again from Mughal. So as we see, just take the ball back. He'll come in again. Hatchman just needs to keep his shape.
8-7 for Hatchman, boundary to his name. This time pushed offside, and again, there is the man out on that boundary. Just the boundary rider keeps it to 1.
Yep, nice little shot from Hatchman. Just pushes it into the offside. He'll take the 1. Trusts Mipuri at the other end to do the same. And this is what Jib have got to do. They've got to hit the bad balls, but on the decent balls, they've got to try and just manoeuvre the field and rotate the strike. Get those singles, pick up those singles, and push the fielders if there's any mistakes.
Mid-pretty 1 off 1 then for him. He had a lot of time to shadow bat out in the dugout. Well, now he's got to do the real thing. He's got to face Mughal. He's 2 for 7 at the moment and is possibly looking for more to add to the list. Here he comes, does Mughal. And this is a nice shot from Cabin Mid-pretty, and they throw at the striker's end, and it's a comfortable single.
Yeah, good fielding from Bastians. That was really nicely played from Kabir Mipuri. Not really a tail-ender shot. Got his foot to the pitch of the ball, drove it into the covers. But Bastians, we've seen a very good fielding performance from him after he took a pretty nasty knock when he was batting earlier.
That's true, yeah. He of course, took that knock on his left hand, the bottom hand as a left-hander. There you go, again, coming in up against Hatchman. This time, high in the air, it's going to fall safe, though. Fazil Rahman, even though he's been so good with the ball, he's just struggled to remember that he's playing on an artificial outfield and it's going to spin like heck whenever you approach it. He's done a couple of those today.
Yeah, just the panic in his eyes as he realises maybe run past that one or as it spins past him, as Hatchman just gets cramped up there as he didn't really get to extend those arms into that pull shot. Just falls short of a catching chance.
And just drops into the offside. That won't be a run. That'll be a dot ball. And again, just every dot ball, that run rate slowly starts creeping up now at 8.3. It was at 8.1 before. Every single time as a dot ball, it just keeps on creeping up.
Yeah, so wickets are obviously really important at this level because now you're into the tail. You've got batsmen who aren't going to be able to go at the run rate. And as that creeps up, Jib are just starting to look big second favourites, aren't they?
Can't say that he couldn't pick that up as it's a dot ball to end another pretty tidy over from Fanyant Mughal with just conceding 3 singles off that over. And again, he is bowling superbly well. 106 for 7 after 13. Well, this is the tail of the tape realistically at the moment, just starting to creep below the required rate. You can see that run rate was needed to be at 8.25. They've just dipped below that. And this is where they need to just start getting a move on. Of course, they've got Samath Bodder and an injured Avinash Pai still to come. But this isn't easy.
Yeah, and Jib at this point now with 7 overs to go, just looking like second favourites, big second favourites. Sharma is going to take the ball for his second over of the game. Got a bit of tap in the first one, like you said, 14 runs from it. Are we going to see Richard Hatchman go after him here? I would suspect so.
Well, most likely. Just going to try and get that front foot out of the way and swing through the line. Here we go, though. Sharma, we're up against Hatchman. He steps back and just misses out. And we've seen him hit a couple of those shots early on, but just misses out on that one there.
Just misses out. He's looking to free those arms up, though. Bit of bounce from Sharma, bit of turn. That one, I think Hatchman will probably feel like he missed out on, though. There was a good opportunity to swing that down to the leg side.
This is the quicker one and almost sneaking through, and Good bit of work from Khan to get to come on and get through that and get something behind it. Good bit of footwork.
Yeah, good keeping from Afi Khan. Good concentration levels. Not long to go here in his tournament.
Sharma goes wide. This time down the ground. Should just be fielded and is by Yash Singh, and it will be one. Just feel as if they just can't stop finding the fielders at the moment with every single shot they take.
This is it. Malta now putting the squeeze on Gibraltar, and this is what they need to do. Sharma again to come in.
Finds the outside edge of mid-putty, and again will be a single. And yeah, you just get the feeling that they may end up batting out the overs, but you just feel at the moment lacking that bit of firepower to get them over the line.
100%. It'll be interesting to see in terms of the batting. Avinash Pai coming back on. If he'll come back, but it does look like he will.
It's going to be tough.
When, and where?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to come in before Samath Bowler though. And Hatchman will be gone. Superb bit of work from Afi Khan. Electric behind the stumps. And Sharma has deserved that wicket. He's bowled pretty well, and Afi Khan takes a very good stumping. And Hatchman goes for 11 off of 13. And look how quick that was. Didn't even have time to turn around and get that back down in time. And another wicket goes, and more hopes go away from Gibraltar. It's due to the excellent bit of work from Afi Khan. 108 for 8.
Hatchman just getting a bit frustrated, looking to come down the track to Sharma. Doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, but hey, look at that from Afi Khan. Really good take with a bit of bounce from Sharma. He's taken that well. Could have quite easily panicked and snatched at that one. Ended up fumbling, but he didn't. Took it clean and whips off the bails in no time. Good wicket. Gibraltar now 8 down.
Samath Bowler comes in then at number 10. The only batsman remaining is a injured one-legged Avinash Pai, who I can see him stretching out that leg. I'm sure he'll probably walk out fine and then go for that first run and just pull up again. It'll be a repeat of what we've seen probably 2 or 3 times this tournament. And they're just... he seems as if he's ready. I'm getting told in my ear that he's that this might be the last wicket, but I don't know if I believe that. Avinash Pai looks pretty dead set on coming in.
Yeah, he's got his pads on, his gloves on, his bat in hand. I just can't see, knowing Avinash Pai as well, I just can't see him not coming in, even with an injury.
Here is Sharma, last delivery of the over. And it will be a dot ball to finish. Good over from Sharma, picking up the wicket. And at the end of the over, end of 14, Gibraltar struggling. Malta looking like they're going to be on the verge of their first victory in the last game. Gibraltar 108 for 8 after 14.
Yeah, Malta looking in the driving seat now, and you can just feel finally a bit of buzz about these guys, having almost looked defeated in the last few days, and they are really, really up for this now. To go home with a win would be so good for them. I mean, it's not been easy, has it?
No, it's not been easy. It's been a very tough weekend, and to keep on coming day after day, it's not easy, and a fatigue comes into it as well, and it's not been easy. But they've been led well by skipper Varun Prasath, who's kept them going, and it'll all feel worth it if they do come away with a victory here in match number 9. Looks as if David Marks is going to come back into the frame of things. None for 17 off his 2 overs at the moment. And, well, if he picks up a wicket, could be the last wicket. It might not be, though. And, well, if medical professions are around, they're probably telling Avinash Pai to stop being silly and just let it go. But I don't think Avinash Pai knows what that means in his vocabulary, as David Marks is at the top of his mark, excuse the pun, and is ready to go. An inside edge, and Prasath will collect for a single. Brings Bodo on strike, who can, again, hold a bat, but, again, don't know if he has the firepower in him to chase down this target.
Yeah, you don't really want to be coming in at this point with quite a few runs left and not many wickets in hand. But look, Samath Bowler, I think, is one of those players who bats probably slightly too low down. He can really hold a bat. Bats a lot higher domestically, higher up, and he does have the power, especially straight down the ground and towards the leg side, to go big. So it'll be interesting to see how he attacks marks here. Just needs to play with some confidence, Samath Bowler.
Bodo on strike there, none off 1 for him at the moment. Flicked leg side, nice looking shot. will just be one. Don't really want to take on the electric arm of Fazil Rahman.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if these two can push the score on a little bit. And if it gets down to that kind of 20, 15 runs needed, with Avinash Pai to come in, who can hit boundaries, that would make it very, very interesting.
Yeah, okay, it's not over till the fat lady sings. 9.8 needed and over. And, well, that's going to help. That'll be a wide.
Yeah, wide ball. And just pushes that one slightly wide of that blue line. Quite rightly called. Yeah, just trying too hard. Doesn't need to try too hard here, David Marks. He's in at the tail end. He just needs to bowl his lines, bowl his lengths, get that little nibble away.
Marks then trying to get back onto his line and length. Does so. Up in the air. It's going to fall safe, though. Chips over at the infield. They'll come back for a second, and it could be close. And I think Bodat just makes his ground.
Yeah, good running, but one thing to note, Sam Bodat obviously didn't play yesterday with that ankle injury. And, yeah, you just got to watch. Look, you can see him grimacing. The quick singles or the quick doubles there aren't going to be any benefit to him either.
Yep, Gibraltar putting it all on the line. Come back. As this one is just played down to third man and should just be a single and will be again. Good fielding from Malta. They've just looked like they're in it to win it this time, and yeah, they've really given themselves a chance to do so here. And again, we keep saying it. At least that there are positives, and this will certainly be a positive to take away as they head back towards Malta.
Yep, absolutely. And as we said, after 5 losses from 5, this is big for the rankings as well. Anyway, Marks to come in.
Again, leg side. And Fazil Rahman, who's deep on the boundary, and might be, if I was captain, I'd probably be saying, let's have you in a little bit. Let's have you 10, 20 yards in, because I don't think Boda's really got the capabilities to be going over the boundary 9 times out of 10. So I would probably be asking Rahman to come in a little bit, as he does. He goes sort of as a 3/4 on that leg side. But again, Mark's last delivery of this over. Pushed solidly. Should just be one. Direct hit would be close. Well, they don't get it. And that will be 1 to end the over. Mid-Pretty keeps the strike. Gibraltar, they need a couple of boundaries. 116 for 8 after 15.
50 that runs needed in 30 balls, then 10 up to 10s now for Gibraltar as things look really, really difficult to get pulled back. But yeah, how do we, as a Gibraltarian team, where do they look to get their boundaries here? You've got 2 effective tail enders in, like you said, Sam Boda, very nice cricketer, but with these boundaries, I just don't think he probably has the arms to get it over the top. And yeah, it could prove to be difficult.
Got to swing. I think you just got to swing. Coming towards the last couple of, or last 5 overs of the tournament, you got to swing. Go down swinging. Don't go down sort of easily and come to a bit of an uneventful and a quiet end and lose by just a couple of wickets. Just see what happens and just see if you can and just get something out of this and use it as a bit of a net session maybe. There's a couple of ways you can go about it, but Mid-Pretty's facing up against Sharma here. And this is pulled nicely leg side. They'll push for 2 and rightly turned down as that's good work from Marks out in the deep.
Yeah, as we just have a look there, Malta at this stage, 104 for 6. And that just shows how, obviously, they pushed on in that final 5 overs, or should I say that, especially that last over, which went for 31 runs, but just how Gibraltar kind of let a decent kind of bowling performance slip and push, Malta up to the 160s.
Just pushed offside. Will be another single. And yeah, that 31 off that last over could look as if it's going to come back to haunt them. You keep it down to maybe 7, 10 off the over. It's a different question. They've got less runs to chase. Scoreboard pressure isn't as high as Sharma continues again. And again, just blocked by Samath Boda. I'd like to see them go out swinging. I think it's the more entertaining way anyway. That's how I'd put it. Maybe as a team, they're probably thinking, let's keep Malta out here and make them work for this victory. But he blocking all these deliveries isn't really making them work. They're going to be quite content with this. This time, does throw the bat at it, and it should just be a single. Mid-Pretty's going to call him through. Good running. He's running to the danger end, and that's a good call. Comes back pretty safely.
Good call from Mipuri. Good running. That'll be 2s. And, yeah, this is... Look, throw the bat at it. Have a go. Don't let the tournament end with a bit of a disappointed, damp squib as you kind of come to as a falter, really, at the end. But, yeah, look, come on. Let's finish with a bang here, Gibraltar.
And chases the wide one. And that will be another wide. And Sharma just offered a few extras, hasn't he, in this innings. So, yeah, gets that one wrong. Just offers the flight over anything else. Now comes back. And again, Samath Bodder will just block it back for a dot ball.
Yeah, just starting to dwindle out this game, isn't it? As Malta really take control. 120 for 8 as we come to the last ball of the 16th.
Down the ground, hits this well. And this will be very well fielded. That's a superb bit of work from Yash Singh down at long off. And that looks as if it was a certain boundary. And, well, he's managed to keep it down to just 2. Saves 2 valuable runs. And at the end of 16, Gibraltar 122 for 8.
Very well hit from Sam Othbury. Probably thought he was in for his first boundary there as Yash Singh sticks out a mitt and pulls it in. Very good fielding from him. And this is what I'm saying about this Malta side. They just look something to be a bit more. They know they're on the verge of getting their first win in the tournament. As we have a little look at the scorecard, and that will tell you everything you need to know. Stagno firing at the top of the order, 36 from 14. But since then, only Kenroy Nestor has failed to trouble the scorers.
Yeah, Nestor the only one really troubling the scorers, and everyone else, as soon as Louis Bruce went first ball, you just felt, uh-oh, you said something's going to happen here, and he really is the sort of leader in this team at just 17. If he gets off to a good start, then it gives confidence to others who come in, and they're allowed to sort of play their shots, but him going early just means it becomes a little bit tricky for a few individuals. And, well, that's what we saw as Latine went cheaply as well, as it's going to be Marks to finish off his spell. Boldwell, just 25 off his 3. 44 needed off 24. 11's now needed. And this is eye in the air, and again, it's going to fall safe. And he's middled the edge out of it, and it's goes all the way. It should just be 2, and will be.
2 runs to Mipuri as he yeah, look, he's shadow batting again. Now, he knows what he's supposed to be doing, but it's a big, thick edge, and it chips the infield and get 2 runs for it as Jib continue. Marks with his final over here will want to pick up a wicket.
Comes down and gets back down on it, and Sharma just saying someone needs to be backing me up before I have a throw, and that'd be nice if they had a shot at the stumps, and bit of excitement, as it does feel as if this game's going to teeter out to a pretty uneventful finish.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? 41 runs now needed in 22 balls. That run rate above 11 and over. This is almost looking an impossible task for Gibraltar.
Yeah, it is when you've got your 2 effectively 11 and 10s out there. Of course, Avinash Pai coming at 11, but it was, yeah, again, you don't know if he is going to come out. It looks as if he is, but he could just turn around and go, do you know what? At this point, not worth the risk. I don't think he will, but you never know. He could surprise a few. As there's a few, waiting a while to get the field ready and get underway for this 3rd delivery. And struck firmly leg side, and that'll run away, and it will go all the way. 4 more, and there's still signs of fight from Gibraltar. That was a really nice shot from Samath Bodder, waited for it nicely, and a couple more of those, and we could have a close game on our hands.
Right out the middle from Samath Bodder, and like I said, although he bats low down the order, this guy can bat, so I'd like him to continue that. Try and be aggressive. Go for it here. At least, if there's going to be a wicket, give Avinash Pai, who can't run, something to chase if he comes in for an over or 2. So Marks, we just wait for the ball to come back here. Has gone for 32 runs so far, not picked up a wicket yet. Hasn't really continued that form which we saw yesterday with the ball, as he will come into Bodder.
Short, flicked round, and that's going to be another boundary. That'll be 4 more again, and all of a sudden Gibraltar slowly making their way back into this. And well, they're on the wrong side of the coin in the previous game, and well, they're showing a bit of fight late on here.
Yeah, the youngster showing some fight. Bit of a flick, isn't it? Not really a full-blooded pull shot, but he gets it over Prasaf down there, and that will be 4 runs. Mipuri just talking him through things. He's a good youngster here, Boda. Just needs to be guided. And, yeah, 33 from 20. We're below 10s again.
Yep, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Haven't really faced too many dot balls, and if they can take this into the last, then they'll feel as if there's still a chance for Gibraltar. And again, flicked round the corner. That'll be another boundary. And Samath Border has gone 4-4-4. And Midputty's getting excited out there. And all of a sudden, so are the Gibraltar squad. And, well, they're bowing down to young Samath Border.
Flick of the wrist, middle of the bat. That is 4 runs. This over is just making things interesting. 1 ball to go. Gibraltar now only needing 29 from 19 balls. Still a really difficult ask. But hey, look, with Avinash Pai still to come in, I know he's carrying that knock. He probably won't do much running, but we have a batter in this Gibraltarian lineup who can go big and who can score boundaries. So this just makes things a little bit interesting. We might have a game on our hands.
Last delivery then, Marks. He's gone for 40. Bodder, keep your head. Good, well played from Bodder. Lets the wide delivery go. You could so easily see a young batsman, a young tail ender coming out and fully just trying to hack away at the wider delivery. But he does well. Keeps his cool, his head calm and collected. 28 off 19. All of a sudden, back down into the 8s. Here is Marks then. Down the ground. This should just be 1 and will be. Bodder will keep the strike then. And Gibraltar, they move on to 139 for 8.
Yeah, really good over from Gibraltar. That Marks gets a bit of the treatment from Boda. And, yeah, look, I mean, that's what Gib have been crying out for. I mean, I personally would like to see Samath Boda at some point move a little bit up the order. We've not really seen many batters come off for Gib this week, apart from Lou Bruce. A couple of really good innings from Kieran Stagno and Ian Latine. Reyes had a little nice knock at the start of the tour, but it's been a bit inconsistent. They've been almost reliant on 1 batsman per innings, and it hasn't really come good with the bat for Gibraltar. Samath Boda here doing a really nice knock, 19 off 12 deliveries.
Yep, tail wagging for Gibraltar. As it looks as if Sharma's going to come in. And this is the thing now. The pressure's on Malta here. Because realistically, Gibraltar shouldn't be getting anywhere near this at this point. You've got 2 tail enders in who, at this point, it's not really expected of them to go and chase this down. But Malta, just a few heads going down, a few hands on hips. And, well, I don't think this is going to be as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Malta here. And if Bodder just keeps his head, rotates the strike, hits the bad balls, they're still in with a chance. And by the way, there's 100% that Avinash Pai is still coming in now. There's no way that he's going to miss out on this. Here is Bodder, driven nicely. Should just be 1. Midpuri was thinking of it, but turns down and just a single. But yeah, you can't imagine that Avinash Pai is going to not want to come out and try and give this a go.
I'll put my house on it. There's not a chance in hell that Avinash Pai does not come out to bat in this situation. As Sharma comes in.
This is leg side and swatted. And again, there is a man out there. He's bowling to his field, is Sharma. He's not giving too much away. And again, these two, this is just lacking that confidence to really be able to go for that 6 down the ground and feel as if they can. Of course, Bodder hitting a hat-trick of 4s, but there's not many gaps at the moment. And Sharma isn't bowling to them either. Shorter and just turned. And, oh, this has actually raced away. And there's an absolute howler from Marks. He loses it. He says, I thought it was going there. And Samath Bodder, all of a sudden, Gibraltar right back in this.
Gibraltar right back in this, and this is just pressure building. Marks sets off to his right, not realising the ball's flying to his left, and that is another 4 for Boda, strong off his legs. They're not bowling to the right areas, and the field are just starting to make mistakes as the pressure grows.
This would be just classic Malta at this point in this tournament, wouldn't it? It being in pole position for the entire 20 overs this has been up till this point. It would just be such a downer and a dampener on what has already been a negative tournament for them. Here is, though, Sharma with Bodder in his sights. And that's again clever from Samath Bodder. Lets the wide go through. And once more, you can see his head is severely in this game. Here is Sharma to continue once more. Needs to get it right. Does. And just down the ground. Rotates the strike. Will just be a single. Midpudi will be on strike. He'll probably just be thinking, okay, one delivery left. Do I take a single? Do I take a run? What would you do here, Joe?
With the way that Samarth Boulder's playing, I would take the single, but also be looking to push twos on these arms of these fielders now.
Here is Sharma finishing off his spell. And this is down. Oh, that's good fielding in the end from Bastians. He just manages to readjust, and Midpudi thought that spin was going to take it away and run away for a boundary, but Bastians does so well to just make that one stick.
How important a stop is that? Because that would have gone past and gone for another 4, as we see Bodder back on strike.
25 or 15 for Samarth Bodder. This is up and it's gone, and Samarth Bodder goes. But Avinash Pai will make the walk out to the middle. And look at this. This is really nice from this. This is what cricket is all about. The young man has done so well for his country that even still, in a tight-knit game, when Malta are looking for their single victory, they still go up and give him an applause. And they still shake his hand and say, well done, sir. Well batted. Wicket goes, though. Samarth Bodder, 9th wicket down. Gibraltar, 149 for 9.
What an innings from the young man. Look, he's given Gibraltar some hope, having pretty much been out of the game at the point when he came in. And look, 18 runs now needed off 13 balls. When the last wicket fell, they were needing 50s. We've got a point here where we have one of Jib's best batsmen, only needing 18 runs from 13 deliveries. I mean, what an innings from this young man. He's given Gibraltar a fighting chance of getting something from this game.
Avinash Pai comes out to the middle on one leg, and well, you can just see there the applause all around the ground for Samarth Bodder, and the skipper, or the standing skipper in the last game, I should say, in Latin, is the first man to come up to him. But Avinash Pai, you can still see that he is seriously struggling, and all of a sudden, don't think we're going to see many singles.
No, there will not be many singles being run here. I can imagine that it's going to be, well, just like Varun Prasad did at the end of their innings.
Look how close that is, by the way.
Oh,
That's
no,
absurd. They've been on it pretty much the entire time. Wickets just being the issue. And Avinash Pai, one-legged Avinash Pai, makes his way out to the middle. Malta looking for their first victory. They're 1 wicket away. Kabir Mudpudi, he's got to be feeling the world on his shoulders.
He's doing well at rotating the strike. That's all I'd say about Kabir Mudpuri. He's not let many dots go, and that's all he needs to do here. Get Avinash Pai on strike.
Pushes into that offside, and Avinash Pai, he is in serious, serious pain. And Mudpuri probably just forgot and thought, you'll be all right, just get through it. But you can see he's grimacing, and well, Avinash Pai, he's just got to go for it, isn't he? He can't just... there's no point just nurling singles. They're not going to get there in singles. It's 17 off 30, off 11 is now the situation. Avinash Pai's just got to go for it. If it doesn't happen, it is what it is.
Exactly. And we saw it in the first game of the day where Fitzgerald, without facing a ball, ends up pulling his hamstring, ends up going on for a really nice 20. And that's what Avinash Pai needs to do here. He needs to just go in boundaries.
Here he is then, Avinash Pai, one-legged. And he's going to push the run. And, oh dear, they were going for the foot, going with the old football and got it wrong. And they do come through for a single. Avinash Pai does get off the strike. And look at this, we would have been gone. But he survives. But they need a boundary. It's got to be at least 1 or 2. It's got to be 2 more boundaries in this over. Has to be.
Really good ball from Mughal. And this, look, it's a really clever decision bringing him on in the 19th. We say everything happens in the 9th in T10. Like I said the other day, can everything happen in the 19th in T20? It's that man Mughal up against Kabir Mudpuri.
2 for 12 at the moment for him. What's he got up his sleeve? Going to run, and they've got to remember Avinash Pai can't run. Mudpuri just seems to be forgetting this. And I think he's more annoyed at himself. I think he knows that there's no one leg side. He got given a short ball, and he just seemed to fend it off. I think he's just had a mental block and realised what he's got to do.
He knew as soon as he blocked that and went off the single and set back, you could just see the frustration. He punches the pad in frustration. It's just getting a bit tense out there. 16 runs needed from 9 balls. Oh, man, this is tight. Once again, for the second time today.
Yeah, it's been a really good day of cricket. It's been a really good tournament of cricket. 4 days of cricket comes down to the last few deliveries then. Mughal, again, they're just going to push for us. I feel bad for laughing because he's in some serious discomfort. But I don't know what he looks like, but he looks like something out there when he's just hopping along. But Avinash Pai, he's got to get a boundary from somewhere. If they get this down to single figures, then there's a game on our hands. But at the moment, it's looking as if Malta are going to come out victorious here. But a game can change with the swing of a bat, with the bowling of a delivery. It can all change in just a matter of moments.
Yeah, and we've seen it so many times on the ECN over the years. Things happening as Mughal comes in.
Driven nicely. Will it split the gap? It will. That'll be 4. Avinash Pai gets one out of the screws, and it goes all the way over the head of Mughal. And the two fielders down at long on and off converge and look at each other and say, well, one of us has got to get it, but it goes. It's 4.
Great shot down the ground, but really at this point in the game, you want one of those fielders to throw in a dive. Why isn't anyone diving? That's taking it down to 11 from 7 balls.
Right, what does Avinash Pai do? He looks at the scoreboard and he thinks, okay, what have I got to do here? What's the best option for me here? He's got to go for it again. There's no point. There is no point on nurdling a single here. What's he going to do? Here we go. He does. He nurdles a single. He keeps the strike. That's sensible. That's not a bad option. And at the end of 4 days of cricket, it's coming down to the last over. Gibraltar require 10 runs off of the last delivery. 6 deliveries. As I get attacked by mosquitoes. 10 off 6 is the simple equation. This is the story. Mark's going for 42 off his 4 overs, but look at that spell from Fazal Rahman.
Fazal Rahman and Fanyan Mughal, if they win this game, we'll look to them as the bowlers which have done it. Look at that. Incredible spells. Rahman, 4 for only minimal runs, and same with Mughal.
Who bowls this last over? Who bowls the last over? You've got someone who, realistically, I mean, Sharma's bowled out. It looks as if it's going to be Varun Prasath with his... What's he going to bowl? He started with his off-spin, and at the moment looks as if he's going to be going for the seam-up option. I think that's got to be the best option in reality here. But this is where it all comes down to who has the bottle. If you're going off the last game, you'd argue Gibraltar haven't got the bottle at the moment. But at this point in time, anyone can win it. And this is why we love the game of cricket.
10 runs needed. 1 wicket needed. Who's going to come out on top? I can't call this. I mean, I just can't call this. My heart can't do much more.
No one can see it, and you're lucky there isn't a comms cam, because otherwise directors would be all over you, and they'd be getting clips of you. You're trying your best not to be biased, but there's no point hiding it now, Mr. Marples, because this comes down to the last over. 10 runs needed off 6. Gibraltar looking to make it 3 from 3 in terms of games against Malta. And, well, Malta, they're looking to pick up their own single victory. Here we go then. Varun Prasath here to bowl the last. Pushed offside. It'll be a single. And in terms of the game, that's a small victory for Malta.
Yeah, small victory. Good first ball from Prasath. Don't forget, he got taken to the cleaners at the start by Kieron Stagno. So imagine the pressure on him as captain now to come back in the first innings. In his last over, which he took from 31 off Hatchman, could be proved decisive. It really could.
No one out on the offside. Long off is the only one. Midputty tries to go offside, doesn't get it through the gap. There's a misfield, but there's another misfield. But it still means that Avinash Pai will keep the strike. He comes back on, and it's now 8 runs needed off 4 balls. 2 a ball is what the equation is. And all of a sudden, people taking a serious interest here. And it's going to come down to the last few deliveries.
It really is. This one is going to go right down to the last. And, wow, I mean, Avinash Pai, the pressure on his shoulders. What can he do here?
Comes down. It's an inside edge. It's going to run into the leg side. It's not going to go all the way. It's shy at the stumps from Marks. And Prasath's just asking, well, what are you doing? But Pai gets a single. And all of a sudden, with that single there, you just may have a feeling that could be the game. 7 needed off the last 3, and it's Midputty on strike. 17 off 18, needs a boundary. Driven nicely. Does he get it through? He won't. It will just be 1. 6 needed. Well, they're looking at a possible buzzers. It won't be. 6 needed then off 2.
One boundary. That's all it is. It's one boundary. Who's going to hold their nerve? Can Malta hold their nerve?
Well, Malta looking for their first victory, and what a victory it would be, by the way. It all comes down to an injured skipper. Avinash Pai needs 6 for victory here for Gibraltar. He's gone, leg side. How much has he got of this? They're running for 1. They've got to go for 2. Avinash Pai with an injured leg. He's putting it all on the line. And this is going to be very, very close. Oh dear, here we go. Let's have a side on then. This is going to be really close. Afi Khan does not look too confident, but Avinash Pai's on the floor. He's in some serious pain. But let's take a look at this one. They turn and go. And, well, this is going to be the all-important frame. They've got to get out of the way. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And he's made his ground.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
He's made his ground, but that's now got to be the last of the concerns because this is the situation here. He pushed so hard for that last run, he might have done himself one too many damages.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not sure whether running the 2 was the sensible decision here because he might not be able to face this last ball. If it is, it's incredible. He's done really well to get back in the end, but 4 from 1 ball. 4 from 1 ball. If he can get up and finish here, which he will because it's Avinash Pai, I mean, he'd play cricket on 1 leg with 1 arm. I mean, nothing will stop this guy. Nothing literally will stop this guy.
Avinash Pai then, he manages to come back for the second, and the equation is very, very simple. It's 4 runs needed for victory. And, well, no one is sat down in this stadium. As you look towards the Gibraltar camp, they're all sat down and they're all just waiting to see what happens. It's all come down to this then. 4 days of cricket, 9 T20 internationals, and it's come down to the last ball. And this will be Varun Prasad, skipper versus skipper then. 4 runs needed for victory. And it's high, it's leg side. Has it got the legs? Is it going to be taken? It's dropped. David Marks, and he will stop it. And they'll come back for a second. And Malta will take a victory. It's taken 9 matches. The delivery was there. Avinash Pai had the ability, but just wasn't able to get enough on it. And that does mean that Malta, they beat Gibraltar by 1 run, and that is an incredible match of cricket only here on the European Cricket Network.
What a way to finish 9 days of cricket. Avinash Pai gets on, 4 days of cricket, 9 games of cricket, should I say. As he goes, he just doesn't quite get on top of it. He's so frustrated. He thought the ball was there to be hit. It spins away from Marks, but only 2 runs. And Malta get that important victory.
Yeah, they do. And, well, Malta finally have something to take away from this tournament. And they'll be very, very happy they can finally go away. As we take a look at the highlights. Joe, I'm going to have to leave you with this because we've got a presentation to go and organise. So I'm going to leave you with the highlights and I'm going to let you just de-stress for 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look back then as Stagno got Gibraltar off to an incredible start. Blistering attack off his first spell, but this was huge. Didn't quite get it, and that was caught in the infield as this man, Rahman, once again, an absolute beast with the ball. Top wicket taker this week. This was a bit of a funny moment as Latin had no idea about this one. Goes to duck and ends up coming off the back of his bat. But yeah, brilliant spell of bowling from him. Him and Mughal in this innings have really kept those runs down for Gibraltar. As Kenroy Nesta, he threatened to get going and really put Gibraltar maybe back into the game. But, I mean, some lovely sweep shots, but eventually he ends up going. Avinash Pai finally coming into the bat as the last man after his hamstring injury. And he just couldn't get it. The last ball coming off the top of the bat. Looks to go over the top of Marks and spins away. And that is the frustrating sign as he knows his side have lost by 1 run. By the barest of margins, as we'd say. And I mean, Malta will finish their tournament on a high. A really good performance from them. That 31 runs coming from the final over of their innings, I would probably just put down, and that's probably what's winning the game in the end. But that man, Varun Prasad, has to be man of the match for me, both with bat and ball. So, coming to the end here, just having a look at that scorecard. And yeah, I mean, nice little, the tail did wag Stagno got them off to a flyer, and Nesta made some nice runs in the middle. But wow, what a game! What a game to finish as we wrap up a wonderful set of games. And thanks for joining us here on the European Cricket Network. There is a presentation to come, so don't tune out. I mean, Charlie Hunt is just getting ready down there as the players start to obviously all be getting themselves ready as well. Portugal coming away with some brilliant performances as they top the group. Just to show the pick of the bowlers, and like I was saying, Fanyan Mughal, 4 overs, 18 runs only, 2 wickets. Fazal Rahman, 15 runs off his foot, 4 wickets. That has effectively got Malta over the line. But a quick mention to that man, Varun Prasad, but his first over went absolutely magical against Stagno. But he came back at the end, taking the last over against Avinash Pai, and he was tight as anything. And that is what has got them over the line in the end. Really good game of cricket once again between these two. There's been some classics in the past. This has been another one, as Malta beat Gibraltar by 1 run. So, we'll be waiting, and in a few moments' time, we'll be joining Charlie Hunt as the presentation will be getting underway. Don't tune out. Here's the European Cricket Network.
want to stand it.
Charlie, are you ready?
Yeah, gents, we have a little bit of hush then. The quicker we do this, the quicker we can get on the beers. All right, let's get through it. Good evening. Welcome then to the presentation for this T20I Tri-Series here in Gibraltar. And we're going to try and keep things as short, as sweet as possible. We can get things underway. A few thank yous to get through first. Firstly, a huge thank you to the sponsors here in Gibraltar. So to Elliott Hotel and to Ribbon PLC, a huge thank you to all of you. To the ECN partners as well. Without any of you guys, none of this is possible. A huge thanks to Fanco, to Grizzly Bear, and also to HL Software as well. A huge thank you to you guys. And of course, a huge thank you to the ECN Blue crew. So here this week we had myself, Samir, Sully and Mahel. So a huge thank you to you guys for coming down. Give them a round of applause. Of course, it's very rare actually that I end up having a partner on the commentary box, and he struggled in that last game to keep things impartial. But a huge thanks to Joe Marples making his debut on the network and doing a splendid job as well. I'm sure it's not the last that we've heard from Joe on the airwaves. Also to the local organising committee, to Gibraltar Cricket, a huge thanks to everyone here, to Richard Cunningham, who's been really crucial in getting everything working here in the ground, making sure everyone's here at the right time. And it's been a really well-run tournament, and it's been a really enjoyable event. But lastly, the last thanks goes to everyone at Spring Productions. You guys have been incredible, and it's a lot of work to take what happens out on there to bring it out to the screens on all around the world. So a huge, huge thank you and a big applause to all the crew at Spring Productions. Okay, then we'll get right into the trophies and the medals then. And in third place, well, it looked as if they were going to be going home without anything. And it was a bit of a mixture of a tournament. They had a lot of injuries to contend with, but they were led very well by their skipper, Varun Prasad, who did really well to get the boys up, and they managed to get a victory in that last game. And if I could invite, please, the skipper, Varun Prasad, to come and collect the medals for your third place team, Malta. And in second place was the local team. Now, they had a mixture of a bag of results, didn't they? They had, again, a couple of injuries. And, well, Avinash Pai, when does he not get injured? And, again, it was really good to see that Gibraltar is still growing. Cricket here is still growing. And we've been here a couple of times now, and every time we come back, it seems to just be getting better. So if Avinash Pai, if he can come up, if he could come and get the medals for the second team, Gibraltar. He hobbles away, and I'm sure that's going to be a sore one in the morning. And just before we get to the winner's trophy and medals, then a few shout-outs to one player who probably feel a little bit hard done by the fact he's not won the MVP player award, but to Rahman from Malta. 13 wickets. He was the leading wicket taker in the tournament. He bowled very, very well on his debut tournament for Malta. A huge round of applause to Rahman as well. He comes up for his camera time anyway. But the MVP for this Tri-Series, 199 runs, is a pretty good feat at the top of the order. He comes from Portugal. It's Kuldeep Gulia. Well played. Last but not least, then, we have the winners here, and, well, they went unbeaten, didn't they? They're highly ranked compared to the other teams in this tournament, but they still had to get the job done, and again, well, they definitely struggled with injuries. They had someone drive down on the second day just to fill a squad, but they played very, very well. And if I could please invite the winners of the Tri-Series, the skipper, Portugal, is Najam Shazad. If you could come up and collect the trophy and the medals as well. Well, that's all we've got time for here. It's been a really incredible tournament here in Gibraltar. It's been a real pleasure to be down here talking about the games and what's been happening. Do remember, we'll be back tomorrow, though. Austria, that series starts tomorrow. That's at 9:30 local time and 1 o'clock out in India. And until then, good night.